The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 13, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 3, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the last 5 months, across the country, people have been waiting with bated breath to see what this big, beautiful bill that the Republicans have been working on behind closed doors, much of it down in Florida, putting it together, particularly America's healthcare sector, because it's been clear from the outset that the Medicaid program, the program which provides more coverage for more Americans than any other program, 72 million Americans, was a target in this budget reconciliation bill. Well, over the weekend, the measure has been released, and we finally get to see what, in fact, it looks like. The chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, who's a good friend and a good guy, came right out and said Democrats are going to use this as an opportunity to engage in fear-mongering and misrepresent our bill as an attack on Medicaid. Well, the thing is, Madam Speaker, it's not just Democrats and Republicans that have an opinion about what's happening here. It's about the people that the Medicaid cuts are going to impact, particularly our healthcare sector, particularly the hospital sector. This morning, Politico's headline shows what their reaction has been over the last 48 hours, which is hospital groups slam cuts to Medicaid and mega bill. Again, this is a sector that has many trade associations. The biggest one, the American Hospital Association, came right out and said that it will lead to millions of Americans losing access to health care and leaving many of our hospitals struggling to maintain services and stay open for their communities. The Catholic Hospital Associations said Congress has a moral obligation to consider the harm that this would have for America's most vulnerable communities, cascading effects that will have lost coverage and cost shifting, which will impact nearly every American. Children's hospitals who depend on Medicaid, they can't cost shift to older patients on Medicare. They've been blasting this proposal from day one, and they have continued it. Essential hospitals, which are the safety net hospitals for this country, have also said that it's going to lead to closures of hospitals, and as well as the private sector hospitals. The Federation for American Hospitals, Chip Kahn, its director, came right out and said it is imperative that congressional Republicans go back to the drawing board. Too many lives depend on it. The American Cancer Society, not a Democratic organization, said the results of these Medicaid cuts will be devastating. Lives will be lost, and state economies will suffer. Again, it is not too late for this Congress to finally engage in a bipartisan negotiation about ways that we can address the budget deficit and protect the most vulnerable people in our country. But unfortunately, part of this plan, this mega bill, is a tax cut, and this chart shows who benefits. This chart, this bar here, that's the rich folks in this country, the top 20%. Everybody else gets peanuts. And that's what this cut is aimed to try and offset the impact, the fiscal impact on the deficit that these tax cuts will produce over the next 10 years. Again, the Committee for Responsible Budget issued their report last night, and they conclude that this plan is going to add $4 trillion to the national debt. That's even with the cuts that were part of the Medicaid plan, which I talked about a little bit more. So we have a bill which is going to cut services, basically put one of our most vulnerable sectors in our economy, which we all rely on, our hospitals, at greater financial risk, all for the benefit of a small slice of America's population, and it's going to add to our national debt, which, according to the committee said, is now $36.2 trillion. Last month, We paid $89 billion on interest on that national debt. That's the second biggest expenditure for the federal government. It's bigger than the Department of Defense last month in terms of what was paid. And that's what we're faced with. This is a gut check moment for this country in terms of where are your values? Where are your priorities? Are you going to listen to the caring profession, the people who are the nurses and the people that take care of us in times of crisis and healthcare crisis? Or are we going to listen to that top 1% who are clamoring to make sure that their tax cuts, the Bezos, the Musks, the Gates, those are the ones who they don't really need the help. The people who are working their butts off every day in hospital wards, making sure that we're all healthy and safe and cared for, they're the ones that need the help. Reject these Medicaid cuts. Reject this plan. Let's go back to the drawing board, as Mr. Khan said from the Federation of American Hospitals, and do it the right way and protect our values and protect our priorities, which all Americans depend on. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Energy and Commerce and the House Ways and Means Committees will hold markups on their respective portions of President Trump's big, beautiful bill this week. This bill is our chance to lock in the agenda that the American people voted for in November by cutting out waste, fraud, and abuse, supporting small businesses, and supporting the American working class. This legislation that we have produced in the Energy and Commerce Committee will strengthen Medicaid for the low-income children, for pregnant women, for the elderly, and for those with disabilities. For far too long, illegal immigrants and able-bodied Americans who can return to the workforce have been draining funds from the citizens who deserve and need Medicaid. This ends now. The Ways and Means Committee is also delivering on President Trump's agenda by permanently extending the president's 2017 tax cuts. Our small businesses will continue to prosper. Also included in this big, beautiful bill is the removal of taxes on tips. It removes taxes on Social Security. It removes taxes on overtime, finally giving relief to the American middle class. Additionally, this legislation also removes the tax-exempt status on university endowments, like the more than $50 billion endowment that Harvard controls. The American people voted for an agenda that roots out waste, fraud, and abuse of our programs and gives the middle class the economic boost that they need. Today marks the beginning of delivering on President Trump's agenda. Thank you. Madam Speaker, this week is National Police Week, where we have the opportunity to honor the courageous law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line each and every day to protect us. On the House floor this week, we will address the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Reform Act, legislation to allow our active and retired law enforcement officers the ability to conceal carry arms where it may be normally restricted. Our law enforcement officers are committed to protecting their communities and their fellow citizens, and they receive rigorous training throughout their careers. By allowing these brave men and women the opportunity to conceal and carry where it is normally restricted, these local heroes will have the ability to respond to emergencies whether they are on duty or not. Last Congress, I proudly supported this legislation on the House floor. And this Congress, I look forward to seeing this common sense legislation pass the House, pass the Senate, so that President Trump can finally sign this into law. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the service of Gettysburg Police Chief Robert Glennie as he makes the next step in his career. Chief Glennie attended Juniata College before beginning his 35-year career as a law enforcement officer, with the last 6 years spent as the Chief of Police in the Gettysburg Police Department. Before arriving in Gettysburg, Chief Glennie started his career in the Ferguson Township Pennsylvania Police Department, where he spent 26 years on the force. During his time in Ferguson Township, Chief Glenny held roles that included patrol officer, traffic enforcement, and police sergeant. Then, after a brief stop in Colorado to serve as a police chief there, Chief Glenny returned to Pennsylvania to serve proudly the people of Gettysburg. During this time, Chief Glenny worked tirelessly to improve public safety and to build strong relationships within the community. As he moves on to his next position, the Chief of Police is held in high esteem in Gettysburg. I want to thank him for his leadership and his ability to serve his community and wish him all the best in his next endeavors. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the career of the president of WellSpan Chambersburg Hospital, John Massimilla. For 35 years, John has worked in Pennsylvania healthcare, working to ensure that patients throughout the Commonwealth have access to the care that they need. Throughout my time in Congress, I've had the privilege of visiting John Massimilla and the WellSpan Chambersburg Hospital multiple times, and I'm always thankful for his insight and his commitment to the community. John always looks to increase the hospital's ability to implement innovative treatments, truly elevating the level of care at the hospital. Additionally, under John's leadership, the WellSpan Chambersburg Hospital has implemented state-of-the-art security systems. Throughout his career, he has exemplified what a true healthcare administrator brings to the equation. Congratulations on your retirement, John. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize my good friend Tom Nichols, a longtime radio host and owner of KVRE, a beloved radio station in Hot Springs Village, Arkansas. Through nearly 7 decades on the radio, Tom has done more than inform and entertain. He has a trusted voice, a steady presence, and a true reflection of the character and kindness that define Arkansas at its best. His show, Ask Your Neighbor, has been on the air for 45 years. It's a daily reminder of the value of connection, offering a place where neighbors can come together, share what matters, and strengthen the bonds of community. Therefore, it's with great pride that we recognize Tom Nichols today for his induction in the Arkansas Walk of Fame, an honor that he has earned many times over for his outstanding contributions to our community. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the late Ray Montague, whose creativity has earned her a place on the 2025 American Innovation $1 coin, representing our state of Arkansas. In 1972, Mrs. Montague made history by creating the first computer-generated rough draft of a naval ship, the USS Oliver Hazard Perry. This was a groundbreaking achievement that revolutionized ship design. Ms. Montague's work has not only reshaped the U.S. Navy's approach to engineering, but demonstrated the transformative power of technology in the defense of our country. Ultimately, for Mrs. Montague's efforts, she was inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame and the Arkansas Women's Hall of Fame. In addition, she was awarded the Meritorious Civilian Service Award by the U.S. Navy. Upon her return to Little Rock, I was pleased to meet Mrs. Montague and hear her inspirational story firsthand. Montague's visionary coin design was chosen by the Citizens Coinage Advisory Committee. The coin depicts Mrs. Montague and the ship that she crafted with her groundbreaking model. It's fitting that we celebrate Mrs. Ray Montague's legacy. Years later, her work continues to inspire creativity in the field of engineering and technology. Madam Speaker, I rise today to commend Dr. Christina Drayle, the Chancellor of the University of Arkansas at Little Rock, for receiving the E. Joseph Savoy Chief Executive Leadership Award. This prestigious honor recognizes presidents and chancellors who demonstrate exceptional leadership in advancing innovation and collaboration within their institutions. Dr. Drayle is the first Arkansan in over a decade to receive and earn this recognition. She became the chancellor 5 years ago after serving as the interim executive vice chancellor and provost at UA Little Rock. From the beginning, she led with purpose, implementing significant changes to strengthen the university, such as implementing a partnership program with local businesses, offering employees scholarships for tuition and other education opportunities at the university. Additionally, under her leadership, UA Little Rock has seen historic enrollment growth and improved retention rates. These are just a few of the examples that highlight her outstanding service, accomplishments, and visionary leadership in higher education in Central Arkansas. Congratulations, Dr. Drayle. And Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, when I was sworn into office, I took an oath to protect the Constitution of this great nation. I'm an immigrant who came to this country with just $20 in my pocket. The United States has given me so much. I love America, and I will do anything to protect our Constitution and our democratic values. President Donald J. Trump has been committing crimes since day one: bribery, corruption, taking power from Congress, creating an unlawful office in DOJ, violating First Amendment rights, ignoring due process, and finally refusing to abide by a unanimous Supreme Court ruling. Just as I stand here in the House of Representatives, Mr. Trump is traveling to Middle East to accept a gift worth of $400 million from a foreign government. I have spoken with Americans all over the country. They ask me, what will you do as President Trump continues his unconstitutional activities? Well, Madam Speaker, I rise today to hold this president accountable. The fact of the matter is, the president has committed crime after crime. I'm not concerned about whether this is the right time or if there are enough votes from my colleagues across the aisle. I rise today to do my duty and uphold my oath to protect the Constitution. The effort is not about partisanship. It's about principles. If we don't draw the line now, we risk losing the rule of law entirely. And if we don't act today, we are complicit in letting democracy erode on our watch. That's why I introduced Resolution 353 to impeach Donald J. Trump, outlining 7 articles of impeachment. Because when a president violates the Constitution, Congress must act. My 7 articles in House Resolution 353 are as follows. Number 1, obstruction of justice and abuse of executive powers. Trump denied due process and defied federal court orders. Seizing Congress's power of the purse, he froze funds and dismantled agencies without congressional approval. Abuse of trade powers and international aggression. His reckless tariffs hurt American families, and he even threatened military actions against our allies. Number 4, violation of First Amendment rights. Trump retaliated against journalists and critics for speaking out. Number 5, creation of an unlawful office. He gave Elon Musk unconstitutional control over government agencies and American people's personal data. Bribery and corruption. Trump dismissed criminal cases and accepted foreign payments for personal gain. Number 7, tyrannical overreach. His actions reveal a dangerous attempt to consolidate unchecked power. This is not leadership, this is dictatorship. We have presidents, not kings. If we allow this to continue, we are telling the American people that the presidency is above the law and that the Constitution is optional. When Trump ignored court rulings, we called it out. When he threatened the peaceful transfer of power, we pushed back. When he tried to dismantle federal institutions, we said no more. Now we are fighting in the courts, in Congress, and in the court of public opinion, because the truth still matters. So I call on my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to do what's right. Impeach Donald J. Trump. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let's keep fighting. Madam Speaker, I yield back the rest of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Illinois trooper Clay Matthew Carnes, who was tragically killed in the line of duty on December 23, 2024. Clay Carnes was born on October 23, 1989, in Carbondale, Illinois, to Danny and Patricia Carnes. First homeschooled, he later graduated from Pinckneyville High School and went on to earn a communications degree from the University of Illinois. He proudly answered the call to public service and joined the Illinois State Police in 2014. On December 23rd of last year, Trooper Carnes stopped to remove roadside debris along Interstate I-55 when he was struck by a passing motorist and tragically killed. Now, throughout his dedicated years of service, Trooper Carnes embodied the highest standard of a law enforcement officer. He was awarded a Medal of Honor Department Commendation, a Unit Meritorious Performance Award, and many other commendations for his commitment to public safety. Beyond his service, Trooper Carnes had a strong devotion to his family. He was a devoted husband to his loving wife, Megan, and a proud father to Gray and Allie. Trooper Carnes took great delight in fatherhood, describing his family as the light of his life. He is also survived by his parents, as well as siblings, Erica, Chad, and Alyssa, and a large and loving extended family. Madam Speaker, Trooper Clay Matthew Carnes embodies the heroism and devotion to others we expect from our finest law enforcement officers. He committed his life to serving and protecting. While we mourn the loss of a previous life gone far too soon, I know he leaves a legacy that lives on in the hearts of those he loved and who loved him. Madam Speaker, this week, after also honoring Trooper Carnes, remember this week we honor those police officers who have served this nation, around this nation, as they've come here to Washington. And we want to say thank you and remember that they serve us every day. We also will honor those like State Trooper Carnes who fell in the line of duty this week. Please, Madam Speaker, We must remember those who serve us so well. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor and remember Nani Alvis Whitey Smith of Rogers, Arkansas, who passed away on April 25th, 2025, at the age of 88. Anyone with connections to the athletic programs at Rogers High School either knew him personally or fully recognized what he has meant to Mountie athletics. No one I know or have ever known has done more for the program. Not a coach, not a player, not anyone. It all started back in the 1950s when Whitey himself was a Rogers Mountie. Playing tackle on the football team, he was the team's most valuable player in 1955, and in that same year became the first from Rogers to play in the Arkansas All-Star football game. And while his athletic pursuits were quite enough to make him a Rogers Mountie Hall of Famer, his greatest contributions, Madam Speaker, came over the next nearly 70 years as a friend of the program. First, it was as a volunteer, working with and for the program to make sure every athlete had what they needed to succeed. The passion was intense. The ingredient? Chicken. Yes, chicken. For 55 years, Whitey's chicken cooking crew gathered at a pit near the tracks on Locust Street, and over that span raised an estimated $1.5 million. The aroma emanating from the pit had a unique and mysterious way of slowing traffic to a halt. Passers-by knew two things. $5 would get you a delicious meal, and those dollars would flow right back into the community. Like Whitey always said, it's for the kids. Whitey Smith was also a businessman, having owned and operated Ozark Fence Company for over 50 years. The headquarters was a favorite gathering place for those in his circle. The potluck events were a regular happening. It became a who's who in the community who joined in the fun. I also knew when I drove down Cherry Street and saw his pickup between the tracks and the shop, Whitey was there, likely planning his next benefit. Madam Speaker, I know that in every community, big and small, there are individuals who have a special fondness for serving. In Rogers, that guy was Whitey Smith. Inducted into the Rogers High School Hall of Fame in 1990, he was a staple in the community, and today, the football stadium and a scholarship bear his name. Whitey was well into his public service when I played against Rogers in the 1970s. But after moving to Rogers in 1979, and for 12 years as its mayor, I can attest to the tireless and selfless work of this pillar of the community. So it is my high honor to recognize him here on the floor of the House of Representatives for his contributions to the kids and his personal example. To Janice, Becky, and Tim and his extended family, our heartfelt sorrow for your loss. May Nani Alvis Whitey Smith rest in eternal peace, and may his legacy of service and compassion always inspire and be remembered. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, your wisdom has taught us that there is a time for everything, and there is a season for all things. We celebrate the birth of loved ones and grieve the death of those who matter most to us. We look for opportunity to plant and plan carefully the time to reap. The same is true for our inclination to tear down and our desire to build. On this day, may we recognize the moments that we are meant to be silent and hold our tongues, and then use carefully the time we are given to speak your truth. May our love be for your perfect will, and our hate employed only by your righteous right hand. You, O Lord, have made everything beautiful in its time, and you have set eternity in our hearts, yet no one can fathom your gracious intent. So grant us patience as we wrestle with the things we cannot accept. Grant us strength as we dare to change the things that arrive in our time to change, and your eternal wisdom to appreciate the season to which you have called us. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful President Donald Trump announced the United States will now mark May 8th as Victory Day for World War II to commemorate the anniversary of the American and Allied triumph over National Socialism and fascism. Aligning with the annual commemorations held by our allies in Europe, the victory largely was due to American armed forces, with nearly 250,000 killed, 250,000. Without the sacrifice of our soldiers, this war would have not been won, according to the White House proclamation. Victory Day reaffirms American courage today and defeats the insane propaganda of war criminal Putin, where his stooge, Dmitry Medvedev, denounced the truth of President Donald Trump as, quote, pretentious nonsense, end of quote. Stooge Medvedev should remember September 17, 1939, when Moscow, allied with Hitler, invaded Poland, killing 60,000 Poles in just 5 weeks, dividing the country in half. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies with fellow dictators at his Red Square military parade instead of agreeing to Trump's request for
Gentleman's
ceasefire,
time has expired.
saving Ukrainian lives.
All right. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we celebrate Police Week and recognize the law enforcement officers and first responders who put themselves in harm's way each and our day to keep our communities safe, we must remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice. I rise today to honor 3 fallen heroes from Minnesota's 2nd Congressional District who lost their lives in the line of duty last year. Officers Paul Elmstrand and Matthew Ruge and firefighter-paramedic Adam Finseth were shot and killed while responding to a domestic violence call in Burnsville. Their deaths have left a gaping hole in the Burnsville community and especially in our local law enforcement agencies. They will never be forgotten. But telling their stories is not enough. As members of Congress, we must also recommit to making sure our officers have the resources they need to stay safe on the job so that a tragedy like this never happens again. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the Hartzler District of Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was with deep sadness today that I rise to honor the life and legacy of former U.S. Senator Christopher Kit Bond of Missouri. Leslie and I joined the Bond family, the Show Me State, and the grateful nation in the mourning of the loss of one of Missouri's favorite sons. Kit was a true statesman and a mentor to many, including myself. He represented the highest ideal of public service. Having served for more than 40 years, including as Missouri's youngest ever governor and later as United States Senator, Kit's impact can be felt all over Missouri and across America. Through various roles, Senator Bond prioritized improving care for our nation's veterans, providing support for a strong and well-equipped U.S. military, and delivering for the residents of his beloved Missouri. We are proud to continue his legacy of service on the Appropriations Committee today, and it brings me hope to know that Kit now rests with his Heavenly Father, and we are eternally grateful for his lifetime of service. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask the United States to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a true American hero, a distinguished resident of Indian-Atlantic, Florida, Lance Corporal Carl Miller. While serving in Vietnam, he was critically wounded by a mortar but survived through remarkable courage. For his valor, he received the Purple Heart and was later inducted into the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. But his service did not end on the battlefield. Corporal Miller continues to lead and inspire. He has served as commander of the Space Coast chapter of the Military Order of the Purple Heart, and he actively mentors Brevard County JROTC programs and students, shaping the next generation of proud Americans. Mr. Speaker, Lance Corporal Carl Miller exemplifies the very best of our nation's values. I am proud to honor his service and his lifelong commitment to his fellow veterans and our home community. I salute my friend, Lieutenant Corporal Carl Miller. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To speak for 1 minute and ask to revise and extend my remarks as appropriate.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize Lynn Minges as she steps down from her role as President and CEO of the North Carolina Restaurant and Lodging Association. We worked together during my time as Speaker of the North Carolina House, and I've seen her fight for the folks who run our restaurants, our hotels, and other industries during some of the industry's biggest challenges like the COVID shutdowns, when so many were just trying to stay afloat. One of her biggest wins with her team was helping pass the brunch bill, which gave businesses more flexibility and modernized some of our state's regulations. She was also a major advocate for recovery funds to help restaurants and hotels hit hardest by the pandemic. That kind of support made a real difference for people across North Carolina. She's had a steady hand in the industry for job creators that mean a lot to our state's economy. I wish her well in this next chapter, and I thank her for her years of service. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Speaker Tim Moore. We now proceed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, when I was sworn into office, I took an oath to protect the Constitution of this great nation. I'm an immigrant who came to this country with just $20 in my pocket. The United States has given me so much. I love America, and I will do anything to protect our Constitution and our democratic values. Donald J. Trump has been committing crimes since day one: bribery, corruption, taking power from Congress, creating an unlawful office in DOJ, violating First Amendment rights, ignoring due process, and finally refusing to abide by a unanimous Supreme Court ruling. Just as I stand here in the House of Representatives, Mr. Trump is traveling to the Middle East to accept a gift worth $400 million from a foreign government. I have spoken with Americans all over the country.
The gentleman's time has expired. And members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise or seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privilege of the House.
Yes, and the gentleman will read the notice.
May I proceed?
Yes, the gentleman is recognized to read the notice.
Mr. Speaker, the form of the resolution is as follows. House Resolution 353, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Resolution impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Resolved that Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the Senate. Article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Donald John Trump, President of the United States of America, in maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, obstruction of justice, violation of due process, and a breach of the duty to faithfully execute laws. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Article 2 of the Constitution states that the President shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. The Fourth Amendment of the Constitution states that the right of the people against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. And the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution states no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States and to the best of his ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Donald John Trump has abused the power of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution, in that, using the power of his high office, Donald John Trump has engaged in this scheme of course of conduct through the following means. 1. By his orders and directions to subordinates, obstructed the administration of justice and embarked on a scheme to destroy and corrupt the legal system and the powers of the courts under Article 3 of the Constitution. Specifically, he has done the following: directed and permitted his subordinates and attorneys at the Department of Justice to violate their oath to uphold the Constitution, laws of the United States, and the rules of professional ethics by adducing misleading and willfully false representation to the courts of the United States and to otherwise abuse their official powers. Specifically, he has sought to dismiss without prejudice and under false pretense the bribery and fraud charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams in an unethical quid pro quo exchange for the defendant's cooperation with the administration's political priorities, thus abusing the criminal laws to unconstitutionally commandeer a state officer and unit of government in violation of the sovereignty thereof, and terminated and purged career Department of Justice attorneys without reasonable cause and in violation of the law in retaliation for their legitimate investigatory and prosecutorial work under prior administrations, including in relation to the January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol, and in retaliation for attorneys upholding their ethical and legal obligations, including candor and honesty to the courts. B, directed and permitted the evasion and defiance of binding court orders. Specifically, he has removed persons from the United States to El Salvador despite an order from the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, for which said court has found probable cause that the government committed acts of criminal contempt. Removed Kilmer Armando Abrego Garcia from the United States to El Salvador despite a binding withholding of removal order prohibiting the government from removing him to El Salvador. Defied court orders and upheld by a unanimous ruling of the Supreme Court to facilitate the release of Mr. Abrego Garcia and related orders to provide information to the court and opposing counsel while publicly flaunting their refusal. Acted in contempt of court for violating a court-sanctioned settlement agreement, and conducted enforced disappearances of persons without due process and without disclosing their fate and location to their families and legal counsel, in violation of the Constitution and the rulings of the Supreme Court, as well as the foundational principles of due process and rule of law. C, directed and permitted the deliberate and systematic violation of laws duly enacted by Congress. Specifically, he has terminated inspector generals, the officers responsible for detecting and preventing waste by auditing and investigating their respective agencies, operations, and personnel in violation of the process stipulated by the Inspector General Act of 1974 as subsequently amended. Terminated a member of the Merit System Protection Board, a tribunal created to address widespread public concerns about the federal civil service, and unlawfully transmitted sensitive personal information of private citizens and government employees in violation of, among other federal laws, the Privacy Act and the Administrative Procedures Act. In all of this, Donald John Trump has willfully disregarded federal laws and the Constitution, imperiled a co-equal branch of government, and threatened the integrity of the democratic system. He thereby betrayed his trust as president, abused the powers of the presidency, acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law, and has committed the high crimes and misdemeanors of obstruction of justice and effecting a wide-ranging scheme to destroy and corrupt the legal system and the powers of the courts under Article 3 of the Constitution. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he is unfit to govern a nation by and for the people, has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law, and will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office. Article 2, usurpation of the appropriations power. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 9 of Article 1 of the Constitution states that no money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by the law. In his conduct of the office of presidency of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States, and to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Donald John Trump has abused the power of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution, in that, using the powers of his high office, Donald John Trump unlawfully usurped Congress and its power to appropriate funds, thereby nullifying the appropriation clause in the Constitution and violating the Impeachment Control Act of 1974. Since taking office, he has signed numerous executive orders directing agencies to withhold funds appropriated by Congress. The President does not have the power to override spending laws or impound appropriated funds, a principle affirmed by numerous Supreme Court rulings. Donald John Trump has withheld funds and terminated en masse federal employees and numerous federal agencies and departments, including the following. Number one, directed the dismantling of the Department of Education, as enacted in the Department of Education.
From South Carolina, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Michigan was recognized for 1 minute. He has substantially exceeded 1 minute with absurdities.
If I may, actually, the gentleman at this point had spoken for 1 minute, then was recognized subsequently to give notice under Rule 9 for a resolution. So the gentleman has the floor for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Michigan may continue.
Signed into law by President Jimmy Carter, the Department of Education was established by Congress to create reform in the education system throughout the country and distribute federal aid to students and places of learning and prohibit discriminatory practices. The President does not have the authority to dismantle the Department of Education, and he signed of Executive Orders 14242, which aims to improving education outcomes by empowering parents, states, and communities, violates the law and the Constitution. 2, unlawfully directed the elimination of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, as enacted in the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. Signed into law by President John F. Kennedy, USAID plays a crucial role in delivering foreign assistance worldwide, including disaster relief, conflict relief, combating global diseases, promoting educational programs, and enhancing food security in developing countries. By dismantling USAID and freezing foreign assistance, he has severed the United States from its humanitarian role as directed by Congress, leaving other countries and potentially our adversaries to fill in the role the United States has abandoned. 3, created the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, which has imposed payment holds and rescinded funds after disbursement. Donald John Trump has utilized DOGE to unlawfully block or impound appropriated funds to dozens of federal agencies, including the National Institute of Health, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the Department of Veterans Affairs. By impounding congressionally appropriated funds, Donald John Trump has and DOGE have not only violated the law, but have negatively impacted the American people by cutting jobs, halting critical services, and rescinding grants for programs in defiance of the express constitutionally binding will of Congress. Using the powers of his high office, Donald John Trump has unlawfully withheld congressionally appropriated funds and attempted to dismantle congressionally mandated agencies by withholding funds and crippling agencies. He has prevented the federal government from performing critical duties here and abroad. He has threatened the well-being of United States citizens through the gross misconduct of his office, resulting in dire and life-threatening consequences on the world's most vulnerable populations. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he is unfit to govern a nation by and for the people, has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law, and will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office. Article 3, abuse of trade powers and international aggression. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 8 of Article 1 of the Constitution states, Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States and to the best of his abilities preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duties to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution, in that, using the powers of his high office, Donald John Trump abused trade powers by imposing unjustified and unreasonable tariffs on foreign nations, causing a sharp decline in the United States economy and the economies of countries around the world, and declaring the false existence of a national security emergency to justify his actions. Donald John Trump's tariffs contradicted trade agreements established by his administration and other administrations, including the duty ratified and binding treaty obligations of the United States, thereby breaking international laws and norms, leading to countries around the world to enact damaging tariffs on goods and services originating from the United States. His Liberation Day scheme, which imposed 10% tariff on all countries, as well as additional tariff based on a formula for reciprocity, widely mocked as a nonsensical, led to the most significant drop in the financial markets since 2020, crash triggered by COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, Donald John Trump has threatened foreign nations with invasion, the annexation of territory, and the occupation of sovereign territory through the use of military action. By doing this, he has implicated the United States and himself in violation of constitutionally binding treaty obligations, to include the North Atlantic Treaty of 1949, the General Treaty of Renunciation of War as an instrument of national policy of 1928, the Charter of the United Nations of 1945, and the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance of 1947. Donald John Trump threatened the following: annexation of the sovereign country of Canada. Donald John Trump has negatively impacted the deep and historic relationship between the United States and Canada by stating numerous times that Canada should become the 51st state, under the threat of both economic coercion and military force. 2. Unlawful and aggressive military action within Mexico, to include drone strikes and the use of special operations military personnel, ostensibly against drug cartels in violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of that country and without any congressional authorization to use military force. 3. Annexation of Greenland, an autonomous territory in the Kingdom of Denmark. Donald John Trump has continued to use hostile language aimed at taking control of Greenland, stating that the United States will go as far as we have to go to obtain control of Greenland. He has refused to rule out military action to gain control of the territory in violation of international law, and despite Denmark's long-standing alliance and friendly relations with the United States. 4. Annexation of the Panama Canal, owned and controlled by Panama. During a joint session speech to Congress, Donald John Trump stated that his administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal. He has refused to rule out military or economic action against the souring country. Annexation of the Gaza Strip, involving the forced resettlement of the Palestinian population to the surrounding countries. Donald John Trump has stated that the United States will take over the Gaza Strip and own it. His proposal of taking over the Gaza Strip and the expulsion of its population violates international law, including the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, would be unconstitutionally absent the approval of the United States Congress, and is profoundly unserious in light of the grave humanitarian situation and ongoing armed conflict in Gaza. Using the powers of his high office, Donald John Trump has unlawfully conducted himself, bringing shame and embarrassment to the office of the presidency and the people of the United States. He has betrayed the trust of the nation to conduct meaningful diplomatic negotiations as its chief diplomat and failed to maintain peaceful economic and defense relations with foreign countries. He has threatened the security of the United States through gross misconduct of his office, prompting hostilities towards Americans here and abroad, as well as foreign nations warning their citizens against visiting the United States, further harming the nation's economy. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he is unfit to govern a nation by and for the people, has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law, and will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office. Article 4, violation of First Amendment rights. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office of impeachment for conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, the First Amendment of the Constitution states, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridge the freedom of speech, or of the press or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and the petition the government for a redress of grievances. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States and to the best of his ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution, in that by his orders and directions to subordinates retaliated against the law firms and attorneys who have advised or represented or been associated with those who advise or represent litigants who displease him. In violation of the Constitution's prohibition on retaliation against individuals for engaging in First Amendment protected conduct, including the right to petition the government for redress or grievances. Specifically, he has barred attorneys at certain law firms from access to federal buildings, arbitrarily revoked security clearance without a reasonable basis, threatened to cancel federal contracts with any entity engaged the targeted attorneys and firms, and demanded pro bono services from the law firms in exchange for the discontinuation of the punitive executive orders. Additionally, Donald John Trump has engaged in a pattern of unconstitutional, unlawful, and corrupt retaliation against critics and political opponents, a flagrant violation of constitutional rights protected by the First Amendment. He has weaponized the Department of Justice and other agencies to engage in spurious investigations and harassment with no basis in law of public figures and his perceived political enemies. Since taking office, Donald John Trump has directed the Department of Justice to dismiss more than a dozen prosecutors who were involved in investigation against him after he left office in 2021. The Department of Justice has subsequently launched investigations into officials involved in prior probes against Donald John Trump, in some cases against individuals specifically named and accused in flagrantly improper executive orders. Furthermore, he has made direct and unambiguous public statements threatening media outlets, current and former office holders, and advocacy organizations. He has pursued meritless litigation, leveraged his public office for private gain, and perverted the course of justice and the integrity of the judicial system to extract tens of millions of dollars in putative settlements, effectively acting as a conduit for flagrant bribery and extortion. He has restricted the access of the Associated Press after they refused to use the name Gulf of America in their reporting, and has defied court orders to seize this unconstitutional action. He has also threatened current and former members of Congress for the exercise of their legislative and oversight functions, an attack on the independence of Congress as a co-equal branch of government as established by the Constitution's Article 1 vesting clause and by the Constitution's speech of debate clauses, in addition to to the First Amendment. For example, Donald John Trump has repeatedly threatened members of the House Select Committee on the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, which investigated the attack on the Capitol that Donald John Trump investigated. Donald John Trump has sought to intimidate the members and staff of the United States House Select Committee on the January 6th attacks, stating that they should fully understand that they are subject to investigation at the highest level and expressing a desire to remove the pardons they received, stating the pardons that Sleepy Joe Biden gave to the Unselect Committee of political thugs and many others are hereby declared void, vacant, and of no further force of effect. Donald John Trump has made it clear that he will not rest until all of his perceived political enemies are eliminated. In a speech addressing his Department of Justice subordinates, Donald John Trump further laid out his fascist vision for the Department of Justice. He has targeted watchdog organizations like the Citizens for Responsible and Ethics in Washington, calling them scums, and independent media outlets like CNN and MSNBC, labeling them as organizations that literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democratic Party. And in my opinion, they are really corrupt and they are illegal. What they do is illegal. He has stated that newspaper critical of him are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges. It just cannot be legal. By these and many other actions, he has sought to outlaw dissent, opposition, and criticism of himself and his administration. This attack on the constitutional rights to the freedom of speech and of association and of the right to petition the government for redress of grievances is wholly incompatible with the rights and liberties of the people of the United States, as well as self-governing people under the rule of law. In purpose and effect, he has attempted to suppress dissent and opposition, casting a chilling effect over the public discourse and striking at the core freedoms essential to a free society and democratic elections under the Constitution. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he is unfit to govern a nation by and for the people, has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law, and will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office. Article 5, creation of unlawful office. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 2 of Article 2 of the Constitution states that the President shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and counsels, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States. But the Congress may, by law, vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States and to the best of his ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. And in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to, subversive of the Constitution, in that, using the powers of his high office, Donald John Trump has, through unlawful orders and directives, created an unlawful office, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, and assigned an extensive range of unlawful powers, effectively granting this flagrantly unconstitutional creation significant control over the executive branch. Donald John Trump has appointed Mr. Elon Musk as the de facto head of this contrived entity, which was not created or funded by any law, without a formal title or office. These actions have been in direct violation of the Constitution requirement that principal officers of the United States must be created by law and their appointees confirmed by the Senate, and that inferior officers must be created by law with their appointment vested as Congress may determine. Additionally, he has vested these powers in Mr. Musk without complying with the constitutional requirement that all officers of the United States be commissioned by the President and swear an oath of office to support the Constitution. Mr. Musk has been designated as a special government employee of the White House office in violation of the statutory authorization and restrictions of such designation. This false claim has also been used to commit violation of the ethics, disclosure, and conflict of interest laws applicable to government offices and regular employees. Contrary to the government's claim in courts, Mr. Musk has exercised de facto control over DOGE and through it, control over a wide range of government departments and agencies. This unmistakably reality has been repeatedly and openly stated by the Trump administration, included by Donald John Trump's own address to Congress on March 4, 2025. In this capacity, Mr. Musk and his subordinates have undertaken numerous violations of the Constitution and laws, including by 1, impoundment of funds appropriated by Congress, 2, violation of privacy and security laws with respect to sensitive information systems, personally identified information and classified material, and 3, termination of government employees under false pretense and in violation of civil service laws. These actions have vastly exceeded the terms of the formal executive orders purportedly to create DOGE under the direction of a U.S. DOGE service administrator, an official which remains vacant for several weeks, and with the government's own attorneys claiming in court that the official head of DOGE was unknown to them. Since that time, a nominal administrator has been named despite the repeated avowals from the President and his administration that Mr. Musk controls and directs DOGE, as confirmed by ample public reporting and Mr. Musk's own statements. Donald John Trump has abused the powers of his high office and breached the public trust by establishing the so-called Department of Government Efficiency and unconstitutionally placed Mr. Musk in control of this entity, knowing provided false testimony to the court regarding the leadership the said entity and directing the unlawful entity to implement his agenda in violation of the Constitution's objective establishing justice and fundamental rules for how the executive branch of the United States is to be structured and how persons may be appointed to public office. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he is unfit to govern a nation by and for the people, has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law, and will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office. Article 6, bribery and corruption. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 9 of Article 1 of the Constitution states that no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept of any presents, emoluments, Donald John Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution, in that Donald John Trump has engaged in a pattern of unlawful corruption for the personal profit of himself and his associates, soliciting and accepting bribes in exchange for official actions, policy influence, and favorable treatment from the administration. In so doing, he has, beyond a reasonable doubt, profiteered from public office on a scale unprecedented in American history. Donald John Trump has engaged in fraudulent con artist schemes through pump and dump or rug pull tactics for cryptocurrency tokens. He has created and at the same time enabled a direct conduit for bribes paid to him in exchange for official actions. Donald John Trump has also leveraged the threat of hostile government action and the corresponding offer of preferential treatment in order to extract large payments in the form of settlements for meritless and vexatious litigation he pursues in his personal capacity, thereby corrupting both the executive branch and the judiciary. To advance his end, Donald John Trump solicited and received $940 million in pro bono services from prominent law firms to help causes he personally supports. Donald John Trump has refused to divest himself or take any steps to prevent conflicts of interest in his substantial personal business ventures, creating another conduit for the payments of bribes. Donald John Trump has permitted and encouraged his subordinates to violate laws regarding ethics, disclosure, and self-dealing, and through these actions, he has enabled and encouraged corruption and graft by his relatives, associates, and political allies. Donald John Trump has in these ways and others solicited payments from foreign governments for corrupt purposes and in flagrant violation of the Constitution's prohibition on foreign emoluments. Whereupon, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he is unfit to govern a nation by and for the people, has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with the self-governance and the rule of law, and will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office. Article 7, tyranny. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, the system of checks and balances, as well as separation of powers as defined in the Constitution, work to ensure that the office of the President does not become tyrannical in his conduct of the office of President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States and to the best of his abilities preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Donald John Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to, subversive of the Constitution, in that he has, by his actions and statements, sought to establish himself as tyrant, dictator, and autocrat over the people of the United States, usurping unto himself the constitutional powers of Congress, the courts, and the states, and powers illegitimate and beyond the scope of lawful government altogether. He has claimed for himself absolute and arbitrary power, the ability to suspend laws at whim, and utterly disregarded and betrayed his oath to faithfully execute the office of presidency of the United States and to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. He has denied and violated the right of the people of the United States to freedom of speech and of assembly and to petition the government for redress of grievances. He has denied and violated the right of the people of the United States to due process of law and equal protection under laws, to fair, impartial, independent courts, and to legal counsel. He has sought to intimidate and coerce by means including the threat of unlawful prosecutions and by encouraging violence and threats of violence the representatives and senators in Congress. He has denied, violated the separation of powers and the Constitution's systems of checks and balances, arrogating unto himself the legislative and judicial powers, including the power of Congress to levy taxes, appropriate public funds, direct the organization of officers and agencies of the executive branch, and to make laws. He has sought to intimidate, coerce, and exhort the officers of the several states, including those elected by the people thereof, and thereby sought to commandeer the several states in violation of their sovereignty and the system of federalism established by the Constitution of the United States. He has sought to abrogate the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution by means including the issuance of an executive order that directs executive departments and agencies to withhold citizenships from certain classes of persons who are born within the United States. He has repeatedly threatened and suggested that he intends to violate the presidential term limits established by the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution and adopted overtly monarchical aspirations and affectations, including by invoking and endorsing theories that he is above the law or that his personal will constitutes the law. In all of this, Donald John Trump has willfully disregarded federal laws and the Constitution, imperiled a co-equal branch of government, and threatened the integrity of the democratic system. He thereby betrayed his trust as president, abused the powers of the presidency, acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law, and has committed high crimes and misdemeanors in attempting to establish himself as the lawless tyrant to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he is unfit to govern a nation by and for the people, has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law, and will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office.
Resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Michigan will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, requesting to ask consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the State College Kiwanis Club for reaching a remarkable milestone, 100 years of service to children and families in our community. Since 1925, the club has lived out the Kiwanis International's mission of improving the world one child and one community at a time. Children are our future, and too many face challenges they cannot overcome alone. It is our responsibility as a community to step in, and the State College Kiwanis has done just that. Through initiatives like its annual blueberry sale, the club provides over $30,000 in scholarships and grants each year. Over the past century, they have raised more than $1 million to support organizations such as Center Volunteers in Medicine, the Tides Program, the Jana Marie Foundation, and Center Safe. Their impact goes far beyond fundraising, whether promoting literacy, supporting youth mental health, or investing in dental care. Their work ensures our children have the chance to thrive. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the State College Kiwanis Club for a century of service and wish them continued success for the next 100 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 4D of House Resolution 5, 119th Congress, in the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, of the following individuals to serve as the governing board of the Office of Congressional Conduct.
Nominated by the Speaker after consultation with the Minority Leader, Ms. Karen L. Haas of Maryland, Chair, Mr. Leon A. Westmoreland of Georgia. Nominated by the Minority Leader after consultation with the Speaker, Mr. William P. Luther of Minnesota, Co-Chair, Ms. Lorraine C. Miller of Texas.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 36 U.S.C. 2302 in the order of the House, January 3rd, 2025, of the following members on the part of the House to the United States Holocaust Memorial Council.
Mr. Snyder of Illinois and Ms. Frankel of Florida.
Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 20 U.S.C. 2004b in the order of the House, January 3rd, 2025, of the following member on the part of the House to the Board of Trustees of the Harry S. Truman Scholarship Foundation.
Mr. Amo of Rhode Island.
Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 1238B3 of the Floyd D. Spence National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2001, 22 U.S.C. 7002, as amended in the order of the House of January 3, 2025. The following individual on the part of the House of the United States China Economic and Security Review Commission for a term expiring on December 31st, 2026.
Mr. Joshua Hodges of Batavia, Illinois.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. Purpose, does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 364.
Clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 364, resolution calling upon local communities to support organizations that provide resources and aid Global Shield families in their time of need.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder, and the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Poe, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on House Resolution 364.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 364 calls on local communities to support organizations that provide resources and aid to Gold Shield families in their time of need. This is a common sense resolution that recognizes the families of fallen servants of public safety as revered Gold Shield families. These Gold Shield families deserve support from their communities in their time of need. This resolution honors the ultimate sacrifice their loved ones made in the line of duty. I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for his leadership on this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of the resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.Res. 364, which calls on local communities to support organizations that provide resources and assistance to Gold Shield families. Gold Shield families suffer tremendous, heartbreaking loss when their loved ones, police officers, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, correction officers are killed while serving their communities. I support H.Res. 364 because Gold Shield families deserve recognition and need assistance. Families like those of Captain Basil Pizzuto of Saddlebrook and Sergeant Robert Miller of Clifton, both from the state of New Jersey. But I must also highlight that the Department of Justice recently terminated 365 competitive grants totaling $811 million. This is funding that Congress provided to the Justice Department to help prosecutors, police, and sheriff departments protect and enhance public safety. While the Trump administration and my friends across the aisle calls for law and order and public safety, the Department of Justice is terminating funding for congressionally authorized grant programs that keep our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I support the resolution before us today. I also urge my colleagues to express their opposition to the elimination of congressionally authorized public safety grant programs at the Department of Justice. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I now yield to Representative Bresnahan 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in proud support of House Resolution 364, recognizing the Gold Shield Families Resolution. And I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Muser, for his leadership in reintroducing this important measure. This resolution honors the families of fallen first responders, those who paid the ultimate price while protecting and serving our communities. These families, often referred to as the Gold Shield families, carry an unthinkable burden of loss. It is our duty, not just as lawmakers, but as fellow citizens, to ensure their sacrifice is never forgotten and see that their families are taken care of after they are gone. An astounding example of this mission and inspiration for the resolution is right in my congressional district. Camp Freedom in Carbondale, Pennsylvania provides meaningful outdoor adventures that promote healing for disabled veterans, first responders, and their families, including the families of the fallen. By passing House Resolution 364, we send a clear message that the sacrifices of these families do not go unnoticed. We acknowledge that behind every fallen officer, firefighter, or EMT is a family, spouse, children, parents who bear the weight of that loss every day, yet continue to honor their loved one's legacy through quiet strength and enduring service to their communities. This resolution sends a clear message. We recognize you. We honor your sacrifice, and we stand with you. I urge my colleagues to join me in passing House Resolution 364, making it the first step in broader efforts to support Gold Shield families through both our words and our actions. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
I now yield the resolution sponsor, Representative Muser, 5 minutes.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Missouri for his leadership, and I also want to thank my good friend and colleague, Congressman Rob Bresnahan, for his participation and great work in support of this resolution. Mr. Speaker, this is National Police Week, and I rise in support of my legislation, HRES 364, the Gold Shield Families Resolution. Of all the priorities we face in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, none is more fundamental than ensuring public safety and protecting human life. It is the foundation for everything else, our economy, our freedoms, our way of life. So the people on the front lines of that effort are our first responders. Police officers, firefighters, EMTs, correction officers, and dispatchers, they are the tip of the proverbial spear. They put themselves in danger, often on a regular basis, to keep the rest of us safe. They are the thin blue line, the thin gold line, the thin red line that holds society together. They serve not for accolades, but out of duty and honor. I know this personally. My father was a police officer and a detective, while my grandfather also was a firefighter, the captain of his house. I remember clearly the risks my father took every day he walked out the door. I remember well what it meant to be a police family. And I know the courage it takes, not just for the officer, but for the family members who stand behind them. And when the worst happens, when a first responder is lost in the line of duty, it is the family who bears the burden of that sacrifice for the long term. They're the ones left picking up the pieces, mourning their loved ones, and carrying their legacy forward. The term Gold Shield families is modeled after the Gold Star families, which honors the families of fallen military service members. Gold Shield families are those whose loved ones wore a different kind of uniform, who served in our communities rather than abroad, but whose sacrifice was no less significant. The resolution simply acknowledges that reality, Mr. Speaker. It affirms that these families who have lost a loved one in the line of duty deserve the respect and support of the communities they serve. Their sacrifice and their struggles will not be forgotten. And our local communities must play their part to support nonprofit organizations that serve Gold Shield families during their time of grief and hardship. And HRES 364 encourages Gold Shield families to turn on these trusted groups for connection, care, and healing as they navigate life after loss. This resolution was inspired by one such organization, Camp Freedom in Carbondale, Pennsylvania, whose executive director, my good friend Matt Gaddis, who is in the chamber with us tonight, he brought this idea forward. And I want to thank Matt very, very much for a great idea and helping us see it through. Matt is a veteran and a passionate advocate for those who serve. He saw firsthand the need to give proper recognition to the families of fallen first responders, especially those who had once served our country in uniform and continued that service here at home. Camp Freedom provides outdoor healing experiences for disabled veterans, first responders, and their families. Their mission is rooted in community, connection, and recovery. And I thank Matt and all of his team for all they do to support those who served our country. To date, Camp Freedom has served more than 12,000 veterans, first responders, and service members' families from across Pennsylvania and the country. I also want to recognize Bill Bachenberg, who founded Camp Freedom. His passion and vision have made Camp Freedom what it is today, a special place for many. This resolution, Mr. Speaker, is only 2 pages long, but its message is powerful. It recognizes these families, it thanks them, and it affirms that their sacrifices are worthy of our continued support. This resolution has strong bipartisan backing, and I thank all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have joined as co-sponsors. So during the National Police Week, let me say this to every police officer, firefighter, EMT, dispatcher, and emergency responder: thank you for your service. You are that thin gold line that separates us from chaos. So you are the reason our Constitution is more than words on paper. And to every Gold Shield family, your loved ones' service mattered. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten, and neither will yours. I urge my colleagues to support HREG 364. Let's pass this resolution and give these families the recognition and community support that they have long deserved. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the resolution before us today, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you so very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, HRES 364 is a common-sense resolution that honors the sacrifices of our brave public servants and helps ensure the welfare of their families. I urge support of this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 364? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Concurrent Resolution 30.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 30, concurrent resolution expressing support for local law enforcement officers.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on House Concurrent Resolution 30.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we celebrate National Police Week. In so doing, we honor those officers who have been killed in the line of duty, as well as those who bravely serve their communities every single day. More than 60 years ago, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation that designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which that date falls as Police Week. Thousands of law enforcement officers are visiting Washington, D.C. this week to honor their colleagues who have made the ultimate sacrifice. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to all local law enforcement officers and their families for their sacrifice and their service. These police officers risk their lives every day to protect our communities, and they do this despite the obstacles and dangers that we all know they face. Police officers rush into harm's way out of duty and devotion to their sacred oath to protect and serve. The families of law enforcement officers also bear the burden of service through missed birthdays, school events, and sports games. This resolution is a small way that we can show our thanks. I encourage all members to take time to pray, show your support for, and say thank you to our local law enforcement heroes. And I urge my colleague to support this resolution. I want to thank the sponsor, the gentleman who served in law enforcement, sheriff from the great state of Mississippi, for his work in putting this together, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. This week, we welcome thousands of law enforcement personnel to Washington for National Police Week. We remember officers who lost their lives in service to our communities and our country, and we thank all officers who work to keep us safe while reflecting on how we can invest in law enforcement to better serve our communities. Mr. Speaker, I rise to strongly support this resolution because we strongly support our local law enforcement officers. But we also strongly support our state, federal, and tribal law enforcement officers as well. Why are these brave officers not part of this resolution? This is a strange development. In the last Congress, the one 18th, we passed House Concurrent Resolution 40 to honor local law enforcement and House Resolution 363 in 2023 to recognize the police lives lost that year and the importance of funding and supporting all law enforcement, federal, state, county, and local, followed by House Concurrent Resolution 106 and House Resolution 1213 in 2024, which did the same. But this year, the majority has chosen to have us solely recognize local law enforcement. Why is that? What explains this strange omission of the federal police officers who serve us? With President Trump back in office, the majority apparently now sees fit to honor only local officers and not the federal law enforcement officers who fought so valiantly to protect every member of this body and the Senate, our staffs, and our democracy on January 6, 2021. Apparently, their commitment to backing the blue is so weak that they now won't even mention federal officers because they have to maintain the pretense that Capitol officers did something wrong by defending us against the violent rampage of the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, and other extremist marauders who stormed the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate. Is that right, or will the majority please prepare a resolution honoring federal law enforcement as well that we can bring to the floor? This is one troubling sign among many of an ideological abandonment of our federal law enforcement officers. And there are more than 137,000 of them, not just the Capitol Police. Speaker Johnson still refuses to hang a simple plaque honoring those officers as is required by federal law. The bill mandating the creation and placement of the plaque, H.R. 2471, was signed into law on March 15, 2023, and the plaque was supposed to have been erected within 1 year of that, March 15, 2024. The plaque is finished, it's ready to be placed, and it looks like this. If you could hold it up. It reads, let's see, on behalf of a grateful Congress, this plaque honors the extraordinary individuals who bravely protected and defended the symbol of democracy on January 6, 2021. Their heroism will never be forgotten. Well, it seems it's already being forgotten by the GOP majority, or at least they want us to forget it. Are my friends so captive to conspiracy theories and revisionist fantasies about January 6th that they will not do the bare minimum to honor the police officers who fought tooth and nail to protect every person in this room who was there, including members on my side of the aisle, including members on the other side of the aisle? The people we are failing to honor by not hanging this plaque include at least 140 police officers who were beaten with poles, bats, American flags, Trump flags, Confederate battle flags, their own shields. These are people who lost fingertips. They suffered concussions, broken jaws, broken ribs. They had heart attacks and strokes. They sustained multiple other violent injuries. and suffer from them, many of them to this day, in one of the worst days of injuries for law enforcement officers in the United States in this century. Well, this affront is now adding further symbolic insult to the grievous injury that began at the beginning of this administration. President Trump granted full pardons to more than 1,500 insurrectionists and rioters and commuted the sentences of the right-wing extremists who spearheaded the attack on this chamber and on the police officers who defended us. More than 600 of those defendants, whose pardons are full, complete, and unconditional, were charged with assaulting or obstructing law enforcement officers. And now President Trump, backed by his own Justice Department, thinks that the violent insurrections should be compensated. And not the police officers, but rather the people who perpetrated this assault on America. And I quote, President Trump said, "A lot of the people in the government really like that group of people." He is creating a compensation fund, not for the officers and their families who fought and suffered, and several died to save our democracy, but for the domestic terrorists, as leaders of the Republican Party described them at the time, who tried to destroy it. That's the decision to cast his lot with the Proud Boys and other extremists that he incited on that day. Many of the officers who served on January 6th feel betrayed by the officials whose lives they saved that day. Take former U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Gunnell, who was nearly crushed to death on January 6th. Sergeant Gunnell was an Army veteran from the Iraq War and was upholding his oath to defend and protect the seat of our nation's government. He said he saw violence on that day here at the Capitol far worse than anything he experienced fighting for America abroad. And despite the fact that he and many other officers nearly lost their lives and now face lifelong injuries that have forced him out of the line of police work, they still cannot get approved for public safety officers' benefits, which provide disability benefits to officers catastrophically injured in the line of duty. As Sergeant Gunnell recently told my staff, Trump is treating the rioters like they were the ones defending the Capitol. He noted that at every turn, when Republicans could honor the bravery of law enforcement officers that day, they've instead chosen to do nothing. Of course, if my colleagues across the aisle want to focus on local law enforcement, then I might ask why we are simply honoring them with this concurrent resolution and not taking more meaningful action, like restoring millions of dollars in federal grants that help support them that were recently terminated by the Department of Justice at the direction of DOJ and Elon Musk. Those grants supported programs like the Rural Violent Crime Reduction Initiative, which delivered financial assistance directly to dozens of rural law enforcement agencies across America and allowed agencies to upgrade technology and equipment, hire and deploy personnel, support victim services and crime prevention programming, and fill in other gaps in policing for small, rural, underfunded police agencies. We should be grateful for all of our officers, federal, state, county, local, who help keep us safe while people are in their communities, while members of Congress come to Washington, D.C. We should be grateful for all of them. Let's join together to uplift all law enforcement officers, whether they are local or state, tribal, or federal, and let's support them symbolically with our words, but more importantly, with our actions. Let's restore all of the funding, the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been cut or that face cuts by this new administration. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. Republicans honor local law enforcement. Democrats defund them. 5 years ago this summer, they spent the whole summer doing that. That's all you could hear from Democrats. Got to defund the local police. We've been consistent. We have condemned violence every single time it happened, whether it was January 6th, whether it was the summer of 2020. They haven't. Summer 2020, I still remember the guy standing in front of the burning building on CNN saying, "This is a mostly peaceful protest." They spent the whole summer trying to defund the police, so don't give us the lecture. I want to thank the fine gentleman from Mississippi who served in local law enforcement, who was a sheriff, who knows what it's like to go out there and protect his community, for sponsoring this resolution. And I would yield him as much time as he wants to consume.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Jordan. I rise today in support of my bipartisan resolution honoring the brave men and women who serve in local law enforcement. These officers work tirelessly to protect and serve, putting their lives on the line every day to uphold the rule of law. As a former sheriff, a son of a police officer, and a 42-year career police officer, I've walked in their shoes. I know what the toll takes on them. I know the long hours, sleepless nights, time spent away from family. I know this stuff. Yeah, I know what it means to respond to a tragedy, to console a grieving victim's family after a horrendous crime has happened to them and involving tragic accidents. I've seen things most Americans will thankfully never have to experience. When others run away from danger, law enforcement and first responders run toward it. They fight crime, protect the innocent, and too often make the ultimate sacrifice. During my time in Congress, Mississippi has lost too many heroes. In June of 2023, Madison police officer Randy Tyler was shot and killed while responding to a hostage situation. In January of 24, George County Sheriff's Deputy Jerry Malone was shot and killed during a traffic stop on a rural highway. In August of 24, Summit Police Patrolman Troy Floyd was shot and killed while just doing a regular routine traffic checkpoint. And earlier this year, Hinds County Sheriff's Deputy Martin Shields Jr. was shot and killed after responding to a domestic violence dispute. These officers represent the best of our state and our nation. Fallen heroes like these officers are being honored this week during National Police Week, as thousands of law enforcement officers come to the nation's capital to gather here in Washington. That's why there is no better time for us to pass this resolution and make it clear that we stand for law enforcement. My resolution expresses our gratitude to local law enforcement and their families and their service and sacrifice. It calls for stronger partnerships between officers and their communities they protect, and it honors the memories of those who never came home. We've seen targeted ambush-style attacks on law enforcement officers. We've seen departments struggle to recruit and retain talented officers because they were vilified for deciding to serve their communities. Mr. Speaker, this time is for Congress to take the lead. It's time to speak and make clear that we stand with the men and women of local law enforcement who protect each and every one of our communities and with honor and courage. I'm proud that this resolution passed last Congress with overwhelming support. This Police Week, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this resolution to send a clear message that Congress backs the thin blue line. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from
Good job, Dan.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to hear the distinguished chairman of the Judiciary Committee denounce the violent assault on Congress, the Capitol, our police officers on January 6, 2021. I wonder if he would work with me to help enforce the law that was signed on March 15, 2022 by President Biden for a plaque to be placed in honor of the police officers who served us so valiantly and so bravely and saved our lives on that day. It was supposed to have been up by March 15, 2023. And the Speaker simply has remained non-committal and indifferent. The plaque is actually completed. It's ready to be put up. We can show it again. It's not as big as this poster, but it's the smallest token of recognition and honor that we should be able to extend to the Capitol officers, many of whom are still with us on the force, for their sacrifice and the sacrifice that their families made based on their work that day defending us. And I wonder if the chairman of the Judiciary Committee would follow through on, I think, his very impressive statement that we all denounce the violence of any kind against officers, including the more than 140 Capitol officers who were wounded, injured, hospitalized, some of them permanently disfigured and maimed on that day, as well as officers around the country. Now, on the point about defunding the police, look who's defunding the police. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and their silent partners in Congress are defunding the police. They just terminated $500 million worth of grants, lost funding from the Department of Justice, providing federal support for local violence reduction by community police, community policing and prosecution, victim services, juvenile justice, child protection, substance abuse and mental health treatment, corrections and reentry, justice systems enhancements, research and evaluation, and other state, county, and local level public police and safety functions. And I brought this to the attention of the Judiciary Committee because, again, this was an operation by DOJ. We've got a federal district court opinion from Northern California saying that DOJ basically has no legal status because it wasn't created by Congress. So it might be a completely renegade operation, an attempt to create a fourth branch of government. In any event, those of us who voted for the money, and that's people on both sides of the aisle, voted for the money to be distributed by the Department of Justice to local grantees, didn't even know about this. And I shared with the chairman and with all the members of the committee the one name of the DOJ employee, an unelected bureaucrat, a juvenile bureaucrat from Silicon Valley who worked his way up through Tesla and so on and then ended up in DOJ, cut hundreds of millions of dollars to local police. They defunded the police. DOJ defunded the police. Donald Trump defunded the police, and I introduced an amendment to try to restore every single grant that they cut off in severing that in federal investment in local police. My colleagues uttered not a word in opposition to my amendment, but they all voted against it, simply because they're walking the line with Elon Musk right off the edge of the Constitution, because there's no constitutional grounding for anything that guy's doing, but they walked the line behind Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and they just defunded hundreds of millions of dollars from community law enforcement and public safety. So don't give me that lecture about defunding the police, which our side has never supported, but their side is just colluded in right now in terms of what the Department of Justice did. And that doesn't even get into their attempt to dismantle completely the ATF, shut down critical functions in the Department of Justice that protect us from foreign involvement in our elections, to take down the kleptocracy task force and so on. So I don't want any lectures coming in our direction either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can try to rewrite history, but it just doesn't work. Let me just read off the Democrat-run cities that did defund the police. And here's the game the Democrats won. All during the summer of 2020, they were saying defund the police. Democrats-run cities all over the country were doing so. And now they say, oh, but we want the federal taxpayers, because crime went up when we defunded the police. We want federal taxpayers to send us money to make up for the cuts we did there, and we spent the money elsewhere. That was the game. If you don't believe me, here's the list. Austin, Texas, $150 million cut. Boston, Massachusetts, $12 million cut. Burlington, Vermont, $1.1 million. Denver, Colorado, $55 million. Eureka, California, $1.2 million. Hartford, Connecticut, $2 million. Kansas City, Kansas, $42 million. Los Angeles, $150 million. Madison, Wisconsin, $2 million cut. Minneapolis, $8 million. New York City, $1 billion cut that summer. Norman, Oklahoma, $865,000. Oklahoma City, $5.5 million. Philadelphia, $33 million. Portland, Oregon, $16 million. Salt Lake City, $5.3 million. San Francisco, $120 million. Seattle, Washington, $69 million. Washington, D.C., $15 million. And we know about the crime that's happened in this city. And, of course, in the ranking member's home state of Maryland, Baltimore cut their police department $22 million. And now they're saying, oh, make sure the federal money keeps coming. And look, I'm not against some of these grant programs. We'll look at all those. But don't say you didn't defund the police. You did. Everyone knows you did, and you all talked about it, and you cheered it on. You said for the bad guys who harmed the police that summer when you were encouraging cities to cut the police, the bad guys who were you were raising money to bail them out. Your presidential candidate was raising money to bail them out. So you can have all the revisionist history you want. The facts are the facts. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start just by asking my friend from Ohio if whether he's referring to me when he uses the word you, or if he's referring more generally to some other people, because I would categorically deny having done any of those things. I didn't, so perhaps if...
Referring to that party that you belong to, not you personally.
Okay, well, the gentleman refers, and I think he's aware of this because he's an extremely clever debater, he referred exclusively to things that different local governments did or did not do. I don't know what Denver, Colorado did, or Burlington, Vermont, or whatever. I know what the United States Congress does. And we never defunded the police, and we never tried to defund the police. On the other hand, my good friend, I believe, participated in, and if he didn't, I'm happy to stand corrected, but I know a bunch of his colleagues said they wanted to defund the FBI, just like those who want to defund the ATF and shut it down right now. So that's a reality. But in any event, why don't we talk about what Congress can actually do? The president's new budget proposes to cut this. So this is something that my colleague and I could agree on. He wants to cut $1 billion across 40 Department of Justice grant programs which support local police departments to reduce violent crime, hate crime, and crime against women. Would my colleague work with me to oppose that suggestion in the president's budget? They want to cut $646 million from FEMA for violence and terrorism prevention. Why do they want to do that? I have no idea. They want to cut $545 million from the FBI, cutting its workforce by more than 2,000 personnel. That sounds like defunding law enforcement to me. I know they don't seem to be as fond of federal law enforcement as they are of local law enforcement, but do they really want to cut more than $500 million from the FBI to be fighting criminals and terrorists? I mean, I just, for the life of me, I don't understand how they can do that while they swear fealty to law enforcement. It just makes no sense. They want to cut $491 million from the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, making our cyber and physical infrastructure far more vulnerable to attack by foreign bad actors like Vladimir Putin and President Xi and Kim Jong-un. I know there's some people in high levels of office who are fond of those people, who write Valentines to Kim Jong-un, but the rest of us would like to be protected from them. We should not be dismantling the cybersecurity infrastructure of America. They want to cut $212 million from the DEA. Now, can you imagine if a Democratic president had proposed any of this? They would be screaming, their hair would be on fire, but Donald Trump proposed it, and they just mumble along like it's no big deal. What about all of these efforts to defund federal law enforcement, like the DOJ, FEMA, FBI? Will our colleagues work with us to restore that money? I'm happy to reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I have not said I was for defunding the ATF or the FBI. What I've said, what the American people have said clearly, is they don't want these agencies weaponized against the very people they're supposed to serve. We all know about the FBI. Think about this, though. When you think about the FBI's budget, it's like $12 billion. More than half of that budget, more than half of the personnel at the FBI are focused on intelligence and counterintelligence. I think most Americans probably think the FBI should spend most of its resources on going after traditional crime, organized crime, bad guys, gang activity. Well, I think that's probably where they think it should be, but no, they're spending half their budget, half their personnel on surveillance of Americans. I think that's a little different. How about the ATF? We all know the example of the ATF raiding Brian Malinowski's home. Brian Malinowski was the highest paid official in the Little Rock, Arkansas municipal government, ran the Bill and Hillary Clinton airport, gun hobbyist. The ATF thinks he's done something wrong. Instead of just going and visiting him, coming to see him, picking him up at his work, taking him back to his house to execute the warrant, the search warrant, no, they had to kick in his door, pre-dawn raid, 10 cars pull up. First thing you see on the doorbell cam is them putting tape on the camera. 53 seconds later, Brian Malinowski has been shot in the head and subsequently dies. So I'm for these agencies actually serving the taxpayers, not being engaged in things like that. We respect the police who want it done right at the local level. God bless them. So I've not been for defunding them. We're for honoring local police like this good sheriff, this member of Congress, and what they do day in and day out. That's what this resolution was about. But the other side, they wanted to come here and start talking about all kinds of things. I didn't intend to. I intended to, you heard my opening statement. You heard the gentleman's opening statement. But the other side wants to go start attacking things. Okay, fine. We're just setting the record straight. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, yes, the record is becoming increasingly clear here. My colleagues don't want to do anything about the dismantling of hundreds of millions of dollars of funds that we appropriated to the Department of Justice that have been mysteriously deleted by a DOJ employee from local law enforcement. These are grants that go to local police departments and victim assistance agencies all over the country. They got rid of that. Then the president comes forward with a budget that will cut more than $1.5 billion, maybe $2 billion from local law enforcement to go after violent crime, hate crime, to defend the victims of rape and sexual assault. My colleague changes the subject once again to talk about weaponization. We've never seen weaponization of the government like what we've seen under Donald Trump and his Department of Justice. The first thing they did was they got rid of a dozen experienced veteran criminal prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Department of Justice simply because they had worked to prosecute January 6 insurrectionists and rioters. Yes, let me repeat that. They fired prosecutors for doing nothing more than their jobs to prosecute the criminals who beat the daylights out of our police officers, and they sacked all of those prosecutors. Some of the most experienced veteran prosecutors that we have in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Then he named to be the acting U.S. Attorney Ed Martin, and he was just forced to withdraw that nomination because he was standing by a neo-Nazi Holocaust revisionist who said that Hitler's problem was that he didn't finish the job, and who said that those who are born with disabilities should be killed at birth. And Ed Martin called him a great man and a great leader. Well, he withdrew the nomination, but still he put Ed Martin in the Department of Justice to a position that is not subject to Senate confirmation. They've weaponized the Department of Justice. They've weaponized the Department of State. They're going after anybody they describe as a political enemy. That Ed Martin was writing letters to members of Congress when he didn't like what they had to say. So we've never seen weaponization of the government like what's taking place right now. They took the U.S. Pardon Attorney, Liz Oyer, and they sacked her. Why? Because she refused to take the position that Mel Gibson should get his guns back, which wasn't part of her job, but they tried to conscript her to it. And she said the pardon attorney refused to do it because she said that was not her job and there were too many questions about domestic violence episodes. So if you want to have a separate hearing on weaponization of the government under Donald Trump, let's do it. In the meantime, let's support local law enforcement. Let's support federal law enforcement. Let's have another resolution praising all law enforcement for what they do, and let's get that plaque up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back to you.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would just emphasize what a fine resolution we have here, sponsored by the gentleman from Mississippi. And we all do, appreciate the work of our law enforcement men and women who put that uniform every day, risk their lives to protect our families, our communities, all the things that we care about. And so we think this resolution, we hope it's a unanimous vote. Both sides support it, we hope. And with that, we would yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Concurrent Resolution 30? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Aye. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Nays on this.
Nays?
And with that, I yield back.
All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1682.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1682, a bill to amend the Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act to provide for lifetime national parks and federal recreational lands passes for family members of the armed forces who lost their lives while serving their country.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1682, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1682, the Benefits That Endure for Lifetimes of Service Act, or BELOS Act. This bill, led by Representatives Evans and Panetta, expands access to free lifetime passes to our national parks and public lands to Gold Star next of kin and families of veterans who pass away due to a service-related illness or injury. Across our great nation, military families play a vital role in safeguarding our freedoms. They provide unwavering support to the courageous military service members who risk their lives defending America. When these troops make the ultimate sacrifice for our country, the emotional impact on their families is devastating. While nothing can replace a lost loved one, outdoor recreation has a proven track record of providing at least some measure of relief in times of profound tragedy. In 2021, Congress permanently codified free lifetime passes to our national parks and public lands for Gold Star families in the Alexander Lofgren Veterans and Parks Act, a bill I proudly co-sponsored and helped champion through the Natural Resources Committee. Unfortunately, the eligibility for these passes did not include families whose relatives were killed in incidents such as hazardous training accidents or due to a service-related illness. H.R. 1682, however, would expand access to free lifetime America the Beautiful passes to Gold Star next of kin family members and family members of fallen veterans. This legislation is a meaningful way to support families whose loved ones were lost in the selfless service to our nation. I want to commend Representative Evans for spearheading this noble effort. As a former captain in the Army National Guard, Representative Evans understands the sacrifices of our service members and their families. In fact, the namesake of this legislation honors a former soldier of Representative Evans, Mark Bigelow, who dedicated over half of his life to serving our country in the Marine Corps, the District of Columbia Army National Guard, and the Colorado Army National Guard, and was one of the first responders to the Pentagon on 9/11. Just months after his swearing in, Representative Evans is already delivering for the people of his district and military families across the country. I reiterate my strong support for his bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1682, a crucial measure that would guarantee free access to our national treasures for all Gold Star families. To honor the sacrifice and service of their loved ones, Congress has provided Gold Star families with free America the Beautiful pass that covers entrance fees and standard day use fees for national parks and other federal recreation sites. However, eligibility for this program is limited and leaves some families out because of a technicality. This bill would fix that oversight by broadening access to include families of service members who died during inactive or active duty training, as well as travel to and from training or duty stations. These families have already made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. and they deserve for us to allow them to fix this technicality. I want to thank Representative Evans for bringing this forward and everyone who worked on this in a bipartisan way to make this happen. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Evans.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this bill, H.R. 1682, the Benefits That Endure for Lifetimes of Service Act, or BELO's Act, and named after Mark Belo, a fellow veteran, aviation legend, and friend who I had the great honor of serving with. This bill would honor our nation's fallen heroes and their loved ones by expanding free access to national parks to the families of veterans who pass away from a service-related illness or accident. As a former Army Black Hawk helicopter pilot, I had the blessing of serving with countless incredible men and women across the active duty, reserve, and National Guard components of our armed forces. During that time, I took on many roles, from supporting wildfire fighting efforts to deploying as part of Operation Enduring Freedom. Any soldier or veteran will tell you that service to the nation takes many forms, but that also means sacrifice does too. When I learned that under existing law, only the families of soldiers who died in active duty combat operations were eligible for free lifetime national parks passes, I immediately thought of my friend and fellow veteran, First Sergeant Mark Belo. I served alongside Sergeant Belo for a decade in the Colorado Army National Guard. Belo was already a senior sergeant and crew chief when I was a young lieutenant. He took me under his wing from day one, and whether it was a domestic operation fighting fires, search and rescues, or whether it was deployed overseas to the Middle East as part of Operation Enduring Freedom, Mark and I were in it together. He was the heart and soul of our company, Alpha Company, Wolfpack, and the 2nd of the 135th General Service Aviation Battalion, the Blackjacks. An amateur photographer and a true patriot who was a 9/11 first responder and who gave his life to the nation for more than 30 years, the passage of this bill could not come at a more timely, if tragic, moment. Because, unfortunately, 1 year ago this week, Mark passed away from cancer related to his military service. His family, friends, and all who served with him were devastated. This is a story that unfortunately sounds too familiar to veterans all across our country. A friend you served with being taken far too soon by a service-related illness or injury. But the circumstances of their death can never minimize the magnitude of their sacrifice, and that is why I'm so proud to sponsor bipartisan, along with Mr. Panetta from California, BELO's Act, to ensure that the families of service members who die in non-combat related circumstances like training accidents or service-connected illness are still honored with free lifetime passes to enjoy America's beautiful national parks. While this will benefit military families from coast to coast, it will especially make a difference for the military families in my district, who are blessed to live so close to some of the most beautiful public lands and national parks in the country. It is truly the least that we can do to thank these veterans' families for serving right alongside with their loved ones. Veterans and military families often find solace, peace, and healing in the great outdoors. Whether it's coping with PTSD, undergoing physical training, or coming to terms with the loss of a loved one, national parks play a vital role in their health and well-being. It is my sincere hope that this bill can play a small role in helping military families, like the Belos, find peace in their loss and honor their loved ones who were taken from them too soon. This week marks 1 year since Mark left us, but his legacy lives on and is now helping other veterans to do the same. I urge my colleagues to join me in honoring American heroes like Mark Belo and their families by passing this important bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentle lady yields back the balance of her time. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to once again thank Representatives Evans and Panetta for their efforts to introduce this meaningful legislation. This bill will reduce the financial burden on our military families who want to visit our national parks and expand their access to the healing powers of outdoor recreation. I urge adoption of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1682? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1612.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1612, a bill to designate the Flatside Bethune Wilderness in the Ouachita National Forest and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1612, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of Representative Hill's legislation, H.R. 1612, which would add 4 parcels totaling 2,215 acres of Ouachita National Forest lands to the existing Flatside Wilderness area in his district. The Ouachita National Forest is the oldest and largest national forest in the southern United States, spanning nearly 1.8 million acres across Arkansas and Oklahoma. Managed by the U.S. Forest Service, is a true multiple-use forest supporting timber harvesting, wildlife conservation, and a wide range of outdoor recreation opportunities such as hiking, hunting, camping, and fishing. Arkansans take great pride in this forest, which draws more than 670,000 visitors each year. Currently, only 3.6% of the Ouachita National Forest, including the existing Flatside Wilderness area, is designated as wilderness. The Flatside Wilderness was expanded by 640 acres during the 115th Congress. The Forest Service also studied the potential designation of the parcels included in today's legislation. This bill has strong local support and has been endorsed by Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders, the Arkansas Department of Parks and Tourism, and the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission. I want to recognize Representative Hill for his efforts on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1612, the Flatside Wilderness Act, introduced by my colleague, Representative Hill of Arkansas. This bill would expand the boundaries of the Flatside Wilderness area in the Ouachita National Forest by approximately 2,212 acres and redesignate the area as the Flatside Bethune Wilderness. Representative Bethune represented Arkansas here in the House of Representatives and was a strong champion for conservation. He sponsored the first bill to designate the Flatside Wilderness back in 1984, so the redesignation included in this bill is a fitting tribute. Wilderness areas hold immense importance for a variety of reasons, supporting and providing essential ecosystem services, including clean air, water, carbon sequestration, and critical wildlife habitat. Protecting the wilderness is not just about preserving pristine environments, it's also about safeguarding our natural heritage and ensuring a healthy planet for future generations. I want to thank Representative Hill for his work on expanding the wilderness area in his state. I and many of my Democratic colleagues also have bills that we would like to advance to provide conservation protections for special areas in our congressional districts. This bill demonstrates that we can and should work in a bipartisan manner to protect and conserve public lands. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to my colleague from Arkansas, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Hill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my good friend, Mr. Westerman, and my colleagues in the House that serve on the Natural Resources Committee for working with me on Flatside and this Additions Act over the past 5 years. So I do stand in strong support for H.R. 1612, which I think is a model for how to go about considering recreation conservation lands in our national forests. The Ouachita Mountains and the surrounding forest sit in the southwest corner of Arkansas. It's the oldest and largest national forest in our southern region, and it has the origins in my district in central Arkansas and stretches some 220 miles west into eastern Oklahoma through my good friend Mr. Westerman's district. It encompasses nearly 10,000 acres of rugged terrain, and the most treasured views in the Ouachita Mountain region are in Flatside Wilderness. The area also includes the challenging and very popular for those visitors that Congressman Westerman referenced, the Ouachita National Recreation Trail, which bisects Flatside Wilderness. Back in 1984, under the leadership of former Arkansas Senator Dale Bumpers and my predecessor, Congressman Ed Bethune, the Arkansas Wilderness Act was passed and signed into law by President Reagan. This legislation designated Flatside as one of the first Arkansas wilderness areas to be added to the National Wilderness Preservation System. At the time of its passage, the Flatside area was intended to be larger than what was ultimately designated. In 1984, the Forest Service and Flatside advocates were not able to craft a strategy where all the studied and preferred acres of the forest could be included. As such, Mr. Speaker, when I joined Congress in 2015, I set out to complete that original designed 1984 plan for Flatside. In 2019, with the help of Arkansas Senator John Bozeman and Chairman Westerman, we were able to add 640 acres to Flatside, signed into law by President Trump. That same year, Senator Bozeman and I collaborated on an appropriation measure that directed the Forest Service to complete a study on which the surrounding lands that were eligible to be added to Flatside would be carefully studied. Mr. Speaker, it's the results of that 2019 legislatively directed study that was published in 2021 that are the basis for the law proposal before us today. With the help of my colleagues, this bill will finish the work started some 4 decades ago, and which I've been personally dedicated since joining this House. With this final addition, the Flatside Wilderness Area can continue to serve Central Arkansas as a place of economic, recreational, and historic importance. First, as Mr. Chairman Westerman noted, this is not creating a new wilderness area, but simply designated some additional land. It has wide support, as noted by my friend, including our local county and city officials in the county where it's located, Governor Sarah Sanders, Arkansas Parks and Tourism, the leadership of our Game and Fish Commission, and many other local leaders and outdoor recreation groups in our state. Rest assured also, the current forest management plan for Flatside already includes prescribed burns, fire suppression techniques, and reiterates the authority of management to protect the area from fire, insects, and disease. So, my friend, Mr. Westerman, thank you for working with me on this. I think it should be supported by all the members in the House, and that it's a model, as we've talked about before, for how you bring local officials, outdoor recreation, conservationists, forest, land management people together to advance something that is sought by our local leadership in the state. So I thank Mr. Westerman, Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, and Representative Emmer, as well as all the members of the House Natural Resources Committee for working with me on this proposal. And as I conclude, I have to say, for 4 decades, this has been an important place in my life, and it reminds me of John Muir's famous poem, "Climb the mountains and get their good tidings. Nature's peace will flow into you as sunshine flows into the trees. The winds will blow their freshness into you, and the storms their energy, while cares will drop off like autumn leaves." I hope future generations of Arkansans and a lot of Texas visitors will enjoy those glad tidings from Flatside. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to once again thank my colleague from Arkansas, Representative Hill, for his tireless efforts on this piece of legislation and for the diligence and the process that he labored through to get to this point today. And I appreciate him bringing forth this legislation. I urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1612? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 331 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 37, H.R. 331, a bill to amend the Aquifer Recharge Flexibility Act to clarify a provision relating to conveyances for aquifer recharge purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 331, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 331, sponsored by Congressman Fulcher. In 2020, Congress passed the Aquifer Recharge Flexibility Act. The intent of that law was simple. It allowed existing irrigation canals to be used for conveying aquifer recharge water without requiring additional authorization from the federal government. Unfortunately, the implementation of this law has been bogged down by bureaucratic red tape. Despite the plain wording of the law, the Bureau of Land Management has asserted that the law does not apply to third parties, only to the right-of-way holders of record. As such, H.R. 331 amends the Aquifer Recharge Flexibility Act to further clarify that an existing right-of-way, easement, permit, or other authorization can be used to recharge aquifers on behalf of state, tribal, or local governments without getting additional authorization or paying additional rents. The aquifer recharge and storage are already complicated matters that depend on a variety of natural characteristics, including soil type and underlying geology, which influence water retention and the ability to recover stored water. There is no need for the federal government to add further complexity to this important work. I support the bill and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 331 would amend the Aquifer Research Flexibility Act to allow third parties to utilize an existing right-of-way easement, permit, or other authorization for aquifer recharge without further authorization from the Secretary of the Interior. Underground aquifers play a key role in sustaining water supplies for groundwater-dependent irrigation, municipal water use, and ecosystems. This is especially important in areas experiencing drought and constrained surface supplies. This bill will support aquifer recharge projects, in turn strengthening water security. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, out west, the development of an aquifer recharge program generally includes using existing irrigation canals and ditches to seep and percolate water into the aquifer. Much of this infrastructure crosses land owned by the Bureau of Land Management, requiring additional authorization for aquifer recharge activities, even when conducted on behalf of public entities. Cutting red tape for such activities is simply common sense. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 331 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 167.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 167, a bill to amend the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act of 1977 to authorize partnerships between states and non-governmental entities for the purpose of reclaiming and restoring land and water resources adversely affected by coal mining activities before August 3, 1977, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 167, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise today in support of Representative LaHood's bill, H.R. 167, the Community Reclamation Partnerships Act of 2025. This bill would revise the abandoned mine land reclamation program by allowing third-party organizations to clean up coal mines that were abandoned before modern environmental regulations. These organizations will be granted protection from liability so they can assist in the cleanup of acid mine drainage without fear of frivolous lawsuits. While Good Samaritan remediation laws have been successful in states like Pennsylvania, there's currently no similar federal framework for third-party protections. As a result, would-be reclaimers are often deterred from cleanup projects due to fear of assuming liability for conditions caused by prior operations. H.R. 167, however, would recognize non-governmental organizations as community reclaimers, and states would assume responsibility for all community reclaimer cleanup projects, just as they currently do for approved AML contractors. This bill also establishes approved practices for these reclamation projects and a process for agreements between states and federal agencies on mine drainage remediation. Many third-party organizations support this legislation as they need this liability protection in order to operate efficiently and effectively. The Community Reclamation Partnerships Act passed the House in the 115th Congress and has moved through committee for the last 3 Congresses. It is time we pass this common sense, bipartisan piece of legislation that will help reclaim abandoned mine lands and clean up our local estuaries. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 167, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my colleague, Representative LaHood's bill, the Community Reclamation Partnership Act. This legislation would amend the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act to allow states to partner with third-party groups like environmental and wildlife protection organizations to clean up abandoned coal mine sites. Qualifying projects would be exempt from certain legal liabilities that have stood in the way of cleanup. Right now, there are many thousands of abandoned coal mines sites across the country, many located in Appalachia from before the industry was federally regulated. These sites will sit for years with rivers and streams running over them, polluting waterways in perpetuity unless taxpayers shoulder the cost of cleanup. With limited government funds and personnel to clean up these mines, many sites are left polluted for decades. To make matters worse, even if a Good Samaritan group wants to volunteer to help clean the pollution themselves, current law requires them to take on full liability for the site under the Clean Water Act. That means raising funds to cover all the bonding and liability costs, and even if the groups manage to do that, it's nearly impossible to get a permit for this work because of the high standards in the Clean Water Act. This bill would address these issues by empowering communities to help clean up polluted sites. This isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card for polluting companies. This is a tool that gives communities more agency to care for the places where they live, work, and play. On both sides of the aisle, we agree that Good Samaritans shouldn't face these barriers to completing honest and necessary work. However, this bill is only part of the solution to the abandoned coal mine problem. There's more to do to hold the industry accountable, but this is a good bipartisan step to cleaner water for our communities. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will ease the process for reclaiming abandoned mine land and improving environmental quality in communities across the country. This legislation will also allow reclamation organizations to clean up abandoned mine lands without fear of becoming trapped in a litigation doom loop. I thank Congressman LaHood for working to bring H.R. 167 to the floor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 167? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1001.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 38, H.R. 1001, a bill to provide for a memorandum of understanding to address the impacts of a certain record of decision on the Upper Colorado River Basin Fund.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 1001, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1001, sponsored by Congresswoman Hageman. This bill requires the Bureau of Reclamation and the Western Area Power Administration, or WAPA, to enter into a memorandum of understanding aimed at addressing the impacts that bypass flows at Glen Canyon Dam have had on the Upper Colorado River Basin Fund. These flows are an attempt to manage an invasive smallmouth bass population that imperils the federally listed humpback chub below the dam. While well-intentioned, this action comes at a steep cost. In 2024, the bypass flows produced nearly $20 million in lost hydropower generation, which instead had to be replaced with power purchased on the open market. WAPA makes these purchases using the Basin Fund, which is funded by hydropower revenues, not appropriations. In other words, utility customers end up footing the very expensive bill to address the impacts of predatory smallmouth bass. The loss in revenues not only means higher electricity prices, but also negative impacts on the Colorado River system, as the Basin Fund is the primary source of funding for operations and maintenance of the system's critical infrastructure. I want to be clear, H.R. 1001 does not prevent bypass flows. It does, however, require the agencies to fully cooperate to minimize the impacts of these flows on the grid and its customers. It also requires coordination with hydropower customers and other stakeholders, including the Glen Canyon Dam Adaptive Management Work Group. I support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1001 would direct the Departments of Energy and the Interior to evaluate the potential impacts of the 2024 supplement to the 2016 Glen Canyon Dam Long-Term Experimental and Management Plan Record of Decision on the Upper Colorado River Basin Fund. The Colorado River is an essential water resource, supplying water for municipal and agricultural uses, energy production, and fish and wildlife habitat. However, persistent drought, overallocation of water resources, and the escalating impact of climate change have placed unprecedented strain on the basin. The record of decision was an important step in addressing species needs below the Glen Canyon Dam, and preliminary data showed promising results in protecting native fish species. As drought conditions worsen and water demand continues to increase, it is more critical than ever to ensure water management appropriately balances agricultural, municipal, industrial, and environmental needs. This legislation will direct Reclamation and the Western Area Power Administration to analyze how the record of decision may impact the fund's resources, hydropower generation at the Glen Canyon Dam, and endangered species. I hope to work with my colleagues across the aisle on advancing meaningful legislation to safeguard environmental and cultural resources while addressing the long-term challenges of drought and climate change. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Hageman.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my legislation, H.R. 1001, which requires the Bureau of Reclamation and the Western Area Power Administration, or WAPA, to enter into a memorandum of understanding to address the impacts that bypass flows at Glen Canyon Dam have had on the upper Colorado River Basin Fund. It is worth taking a moment to highlight why we are here today. Under the Biden administration, Reclamation wanted to rush to implement bypass flows to prevent smallmouth bass and other warm water invasive non-native fish from becoming established below the Glen Canyon Dam outlet works. This action, however, comes at a significant cost, as it would mean foregoing hydropower generation for the majority of these releases. The Bureau of Reclamation initiated its Record of Decision, or ROD, over Glen Canyon Dam's long-term experimental management plan, supplemental EIS, this past summer. It was signed on July 5th, 2024, with implementation beginning just 3 days later on July 8th. Pretty doggone quick. The ROD calls for higher flows at the dam to combat the presence of predatory smallmouth bass, which threaten the federally protected humpback chub. These higher flows bypass hydropower generators in order to cool the river temperature below the dam in an attempt to disrupt smallmouth bass downstream. While this ROD was well-intentioned, it comes at a very serious cost to communities and power customers. Due to the bypass requirements, the lost hydropower generation must be replaced with power purchased on the open market. WAPA makes these purchases from the Upper Colorado River Basin Fund, which is funded by power revenues, or, in other words, by the customers. WAPA's preliminary estimate of energy replacement is about $20 million more than it would have been without the bypass requirements. And going forward, it projects the impact on customers to be even significantly more. The American people are fed up with these heavy-handed decisions by the federal government that makes it increasingly difficult to get by in this country, particularly if you are trying to raise a family. Water is the Interior West's most important resource. For over 60 years, Glen Canyon Dam has been producing hydroelectric power, providing reliable, flexible, low-cost, emission-free baseload energy across the entire region. That is why this bill is important. My bill requires the Bureau of Reclamation to acknowledge the effect of the decision through a memorandum of understanding that measures the economic, environmental, and reliability impacts of the action. I am grateful that this important legislation is being considered today. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, again, H.R. 1001 would bring WAPA, the Bureau of Reclamation, and local stakeholders together to produce an action plan to address the effects of the bypass flows on the Basin Fund, as well as the impacts of diminished hydropower generation at Glen Canyon Dam on grid reliability. The plan will also require the federal agencies to identify the impacts of these actions on any species listed as threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act. I want to again thank Representative Hageman for tackling these important issues. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1001? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 677 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 63, H.R. 677, a bill to establish a process to expedite the review of appeals of certain decisions by the Department of the Interior.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 677, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I rise today in support of H.R. 677, the Expedited Appeals Review Act, introduced by Representative Hageman. This bill addresses critical flaws currently plaguing the review process of the Interior Board of Land Appeals, or IBLA. The IBLA functions as an appellate review body within the Department of the Interior. It is tasked with resolving the many disputes that arise in connection with the public lands and natural resources under the department's jurisdiction. With over 600 appeals pending before the IBLA, however, many cases go undecided and are simply left to expire. This effectively results in automatic denials, even though no substantive decisions have been rendered. Thankfully, H.R. 677 offers a needed off-ramp for appellants that the IBLA has left in limbo. Starting 1 year after filing the appeal, an appellant may submit a request that requires the IBLA to decide the case within 6 months. If the IBLA fails to meet the new deadline, the case automatically becomes eligible for de novo judicial review outside of the department. This solution will reduce the existing backlog while ensuring stakeholders receive their day in court. I urge all my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 677, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Representative Hageman drawing attention to the issues with the Interior Board of Land Appeals. The IBLA resolves disputes related to public lands and natural resources under the Department of the Interior. However, the IBLA can take too long to decide these cases, leaving people waiting for years for a decision. For example, at the end of fiscal year 2023, the IBLA had cases on their docket from fiscal year 2017. The Expedited Appeals Review Act would attempt to address this problem by creating an optional process for appellants to get expedited review from the IBLA. Under this bill, if the IBLA does not make a decision by the expedited review deadline, the appellant can take the case direct to district court. The court would start the case de novo, compiling the facts of the case without deference to the original agency's decision-making. While I agree with Representative Hageman that the IBLA timelines are a problem, I do have some concerns that the proposed solution doesn't get to the root of the problem. The underlying cause behind the IBLA's delays is a lack of capacity and resources. The board has stated it does not have the resources needed to resolve every appeal filed every fiscal year. Instead of setting more deadlines we know that the IBLA can't meet, we should be appropriately staffing our agencies and review boards across the federal government. Additionally, I'm concerned this bill will create a fast-track review procedure that advantages wealthier appellants. Taking the case to district court is time and resource intensive, so only the wealthiest appellants are likely to use the expedited review process. By making the IBLA focus its limited resources on expedited appeals, anyone without the money to take their case to district court may have to wait even longer. I hope my Republican colleagues would work with us on providing the IBLA with the resources that would address the underlying problem here while also having an expedited review process. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, the lead sponsor of the bill, Ms. Hageman.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in favor of my bill, H.R. 677, the Expedited Appeals Review Act, or EARA. This bill addresses the backlog of appeals before the Interior Board of Land Appeals, or IBLA. The IBLA is an appellate review board within the Department of Interior, and it is tasked with resolving disputes involving public lands and natural resources under the department's jurisdiction. This includes appeals involving the Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, Office of Natural Resources Revenue, and Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement. It considers appeals dealing with grazing, mining, energy development, wildfire management, timber harvesting, trespass, and more. The IBLA's stated mission is to, quote, provide an impartial forum within the Department of the Interior for the fair resolution of disputes involving public lands and natural resources under the department's jurisdiction, end quote. There are, however, long-standing inefficiencies in the appeals process. When combined with the high volume of cases, it has resulted in a backlog of over 650 pending appeals dating all the way back to 2014. The IBLA receives, on average, 290 appeals per fiscal year. Of those cases that are not resolved on jurisdictional or procedural grounds, only 2% are decided in favor of the appellant and against the agency. As instituted, the IBLA is not only falling short of its stated mission for impartiality, but creating further burdens through its extensive backlog. The EARA creates an alternative path for expedited review, allowing stakeholders to request an accelerated decision of their appeals within 6 months of such a request. Failure to meet this deadline then makes the decision immediately eligible for de novo judicial review outside of the department. This bill will alleviate the backlog in the IBLA, put the appealing entities on a level playing field with the department, and promote efficiency. I am proud that this bill passed out of committee on unanimous consent, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation will provide a more efficient and predictable form of recourse for those facing extended delays with their IBLA appeals. I commend my colleague from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, for her work on this important subject. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 677, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 677 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1550.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1550, a bill to redesignate the Saratoga National Historical Park as the Saratoga National Battlefield Park.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add or include extraneous material on H.R. 1550, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I rise in support of Representative Stefanik's bill, H.R. 1550, which will redesignate the Saratoga National Historical Park, located in her district, as the Saratoga National Battlefield Park. Saratoga County, New York, is the fastest growing county in New York State and features a robust economy and world-class tourist destinations for families and history buffs alike. However, this prosperous community in upstate New York would not exist if not for a series of legendary events that took place nearly 250 years ago. In September of 1777, General Horatio Gates led Continental Army troops against the British Empire in present-day Saratoga County. In the ensuing battles of Saratoga, American colonists forged a turning point in the Revolutionary War by routing the British invasion force. Today, this 3,400-acre site is considered a unit of the National Park System. There, visitors can explore trails and experience the historic battlefield, which includes landmarks, fortifications, and other important structures. Representative Stefanik's legislation would redesignate this hallowed site as the Saratoga National Battlefield Park, thereby recognizing its significance as a historic battlefield and highlighting the sacrifices made by the soldiers who fought there. While this area was originally named Saratoga Battlefield Park by the state of New York, the battlefield nomenclature was dropped in 1938 when the area became part of the National Park System. With the battle's upcoming 250th anniversary, however, residents of Saratoga County and New York State have called for renaming the park to clarify its place in the heroic struggle for American independence. I want to thank Representative Stefanik for her leadership on this issue. She is a longstanding advocate for honoring America's history and protecting hallowed battlefields. Her leadership was crucial in ensuring the passage of the bipartisan American Battlefield Protection Program Enhancement Act, which was signed into law earlier this year. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1550 redesignates Saratoga National Historic Park as a Saratoga National Battlefield Park. The site in Stillwater, New York, marks the location of a critical pair of battles known as the turning point of the American Revolutionary War. American forces defeated the British in the Battle of Saratoga in October 1777, which the National Park Service notes renewed the Patriots' hope for independence and helped secure foreign recognition and support for the American Revolution. This truly was a turning point that helped invigorate the fight for our independence. As a testament to the importance of this monument, Congress has on permanent display in the Capitol Rotunda, just steps away from here, and to the left of the monument of three great suffragettes, a famous oil painting by John Trumbull of the surrender of the British General Burgoyne at Saratoga. The state of New York began efforts to preserve the battlefield in 1927, establishing a park known as the Saratoga Battlefield Park. However, the site's name changed to the Saratoga National Historic Park when Congress designated it as part of the National Park System in 1938. Today's bill would restore the use of the term battlefield in the park's name to reflect the site's significance in the American Revolution. This is a fitting tribute as we prepare for next year's 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Stefanik.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of my legislation, the Strengthening America's Turning Point Act. I am always proud to share with my colleagues in Congress and with the American people that upstate New York and the North Country are known as the cradle of the American Revolution, home to numerous battlefields and historic sites that were critical in shaping our nation's founding and history. As we approach the U.S. semi-quincentennial and the 250th anniversary of the battles of Saratoga, there is no better time to recognize the pivotal role this site played in our nation's war for independence. The battles of Saratoga were the most significant turning point and one of the most decisive American battles of the Revolution. British General Burgoyne tried to seize control of the strategically important Hudson River Valley, but his campaign ended in defeat at the battles of Saratoga, where he surrendered to General Horatio Gates. The American defeat of British forces, the American victory against British forces at the battles of Saratoga marked a changing of the tide in the Revolutionary War, hence the turning point, securing foreign support from France and bolstering domestic support for the American patriots and their righteous cause. This bipartisan legislation would rename Saratoga National Historical Park to Saratoga National Battlefield Park to more accurately reflect the historical significance of the site and emphasize the crucial military engagements that took place there. The historic site was originally actually named the Saratoga Battlefield Park, but when it became a national park in 1938, the word battlefield was left out of the name. Unanimously supported by the Saratoga County Board of Supervisors, this significant fix will help increase public understanding of the deep significance the site holds in our military history and honor the site where so many gave their last full measure of devotion. I want to express my gratitude to my great friend and classmate, Chairman Bruce Westerman, for his partnership in ensuring our battlefields and historic sites in upstate New York and across America are preserved and protected for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan bill, the Strengthening America's Turning Point Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill by Representative Stefanik acknowledges a significant site for its pivotal role in American history as we approach our nation's 250th anniversary. I urge the adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1550? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1829.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1829, a bill to require the Secretary of Agriculture to convey certain lands within the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1829, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I strongly support Congressman Crane's bill, the Apache County and Navajo County Conveyance Act of 2025. This legislation would transfer small parcels of federal land to Apache and Navajo counties to expand existing cemeteries. Located in eastern Arizona, the communities in Pinedale and Alpine are surrounded by the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest. Given the large federal footprint, both communities have struggled to expand their respective cemeteries, which are currently located on U.S. Forest Service land and operated under a special use permit. If the cemeteries are not expanded, families will be forced to travel long distances to distant cemeteries to visit their deceased relatives. To address this need, Pinedale and Alpine have worked with their respective counties to identify additional land to expand their cemeteries. This bill provides a straightforward, common-sense solution by transferring U.S. Forest Service land adjacent to the cemeteries to the respective counties. While this is a straightforward bill, I think many of us can attest to the invaluable role a burial place can play in the grieving process. Burial sites are sacred, eternal resting places that provide closure for the families of the deceased. Families should not be forced to travel long distances to lay their loved ones to rest due to the red tape of federal land ownership. As chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, I fought to elevate the voices of rural communities and highlight their unique challenges. This bill addresses one of those unique challenges. I want to thank Representative Crane for his work on this legislation. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1829, the Apache County and Navajo County Conveyance Act of 2025, common sense bill that will help a rural Arizona community meet an essential public service need. This legislation would direct the Secretary of Agriculture to convey small parcels of land within the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest to Apache County and Navajo County for the expansion of existing cemeteries. These cemeteries are running out of space, and without this bill, local families face serious barriers in accessing burial services close to home. This bill would ensure the land remains dedicated to cemetery use. It also protects federal interests through a reversion clause and places the costs of surveys and environmental review on the counties. This is a respectful, efficient solution that reflects both local priorities and responsible federal land management. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Crane.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of my bill, the Apache County and Navajo County Conveyance Act of 2025. This legislation would transfer federal land currently under the purview of the U.S. Forest Service to Navajo and Apache counties. For more than a decade, the communities of Pinedale and Alpine have struggled to find appropriate cemetery space to meet the needs of their family members wishing to enter and pay respects to their loved ones. My bill would expand the land adjacent to the Alpine Community Cemetery, preventing the need for members of the community to be laid to rest in a distant cemetery. These communities have storied histories dating back to the pioneers, and they deserve to lay their loved ones to rest in the place that means so much to them. My primary objective as a public official is to remain principled and effective for the district that I represent, ensuring that rural communities are not forgotten by the federal government. I appreciate Chairman Westerman, Navajo County Supervisor Seymour, and Apache County Supervisor Nelson, and also my colleagues on the other side for their support and for their leadership, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this sensible solution. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1829 will ensure that 2 rural communities in eastern Arizona have the space to lay their beloved community members to rest. I want to thank Congressman Crane for spearheading this critical issue on behalf of his constituents. I urge the adoption of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1829? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 531 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 531, a bill to amend the South Pacific Tuna Act of 1988 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 531, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of the South Pacific Tuna Treaty Act of 2025, introduced by my friend, Congresswoman Radowagan of American Samoa. This legislation, which was adopted by voice vote in the House in the 118th Congress, codifies updates to the South Pacific Tuna Treaty that were first agreed to in 2016 and later adopted by the United States Senate in 2022. The United States first entered into this treaty with 16 Pacific Island nations under President Ronald Reagan. It gives the United States access to some of the most fertile fishing waters that are found anywhere in the world. This strengthens the United States tuna fleet, which has experienced a rapid decline in recent decades, while also bolstering the United States presence in the South Pacific. In the 2016 amendments improved the treaty's execution and clarified specific provisions. However, these important updates have not been codified, which has caused regulatory uncertainty. Adopting this legislation will bring about the next chapter of the United States engagement in the South Pacific. I thank Ms. Radewagen for her leadership on this important issue, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 531, the South Pacific Tuna Treaty Act of 2025, will help sustain American tuna fisheries and the conservation of marine resources in the South Pacific. This legislation would implement the South Pacific Tuna Treaty, a multilateral treaty between the United States government and the Pacific Island states. This treaty authorizes the small U.S. purse seine vessel fleet to fish in specific and exclusive economic zones in the Pacific Island countries that are part of the treaty. These parties include Australia, the Cook Islands, Fiji, New Zealand, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, the Solomon Islands, Tonga, and many more island nations. The exclusive economic zones of these nations are very close together and not far from American Samoa. There's little international water between them. Purse seine fishing often uses fish aggregating devices, or FADs, which are large circular nets that drift independently through the water for hundreds of miles until they catch fish. They have sonar and GPS, so the fishing boat knows where they are and when the net is full. The nature of this fishing method, combined with the proximity of these countries, means that FADs can be released in international waters but float through other countries' EEZs, catching fish along the way. Without access to these EEZs, the U.S. purse seine fleet cannot retrieve the fish that they catch. The South Pacific Tuna Treaty provides the U.S. fleet with access to these lucrative tuna fishing grounds and facilitates cooperation on various issues. It's been vital for almost 3 decades, fostering a mutually beneficial strategic and economic relationship between the United States and the Pacific Island countries. The treaty was entered into force in 1988, was extended in 1993, then again in 2002. Most recently, the parties began renegotiating the treaty and its annexes in 2009 and reached agreement in 2016. The bill today proposes adjustments to the South Pacific Tuna Act of 1988 to implement the amended treaty, mainly providing more flexibility for U.S. vessels and the Pacific Island countries to negotiate access levels while ensuring a stable operating environment. This legislation will enable the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to implement annual access and fee agreements and new operational requirements efficiently, provided we still have enough staff to operate NOAA efficiently. It will allow the United States and its vessels operating under the treaty to better utilize these benefits. This bill will benefit U.S. fisheries and help maintain a strong U.S. presence in the South Pacific region. I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from American Samoa, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Radewagen.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talofa lava. Good afternoon. I rise today in support of my bill, the South Pacific Tuna Treaty Act. I represent beautiful islands of American Samoa and the South Pacific. This bill implements into statute the most recent changes to the South Pacific Tuna Treaty that was negotiated between NOAA and other signatory countries to the treaty. These changes are important to support the American fishing fleet in the South Pacific, of which many boats call American Samoa home. These changes improve the operations conditions and flexibility for the fleet, which is America's last true distant water fishing fleet. I want to thank the bill's co-sponsor, Congressman Case from Hawaii, for his support of this legislation. Thank you. Soifua Maiamanuia.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on April 17th, American Samoa celebrated 125 years as a territory of the United States. As we observe this historic milestone, enacting this legislation will ensure that the United States continues its strong presence in the Pacific region. When President Reagan first signed the legislation that established this treaty in the 1980s, he spoke of the bonds of friendship and affection that unite our people. This bill will ensure that these important partnerships continue for years and decades to come. I again thank Congresswoman Ridewagon for her tireless work in this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support its swift passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 531 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 249.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 39, H.R. 249, a bill to redesignate certain facilities at Patterson-Great Falls National Historical Park in honor of Congressman Bill Pascrell Jr.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 249, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 249, introduced by Representative Pallone, which would redesignate certain amenities at Patterson-Great Falls National Historical Park in honor of the late Congressman Bill Pascrell Jr. Specifically, this bipartisan bill would rename 2 sites within the historical park as the Bill Pascrell Jr. Scenic Overlook Trail Bridge and the Bill Pascrell Jr. Overlook Park. Patterson, New Jersey was home to Congressman Pascrell, a former member of this body, and before that, a high school teacher and a college professor. Congressman Pascrell was instrumental in the designation of the Patterson-Great Falls National Historic Park in 2009. Known for his plain-spoken demeanor and deep commitment to his constituents, Congressman Pascrell served our nation in the U.S. Army and in this body for nearly 3 decades until his passing last August. Overlook Park is a 2.5 acre area providing panoramic views of the falls and the gateway to the larger historical park. The Great Falls Scenic Overlook Trail Bridge is one of 2 year-round pedestrian bridges connecting visitors to the falls. It serves approximately 300,000 visitors annually and links the park's visitor center to the falls viewing platform. This straightforward and bipartisan legislation has the full support of the entire New Jersey delegation. I commend Representative Pallone for his work on this legislation. I support the bill and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 249, a bill that would ensure the name of Congressman Bill Pascrell Jr. will forever be etched into the landscape of the city he so passionately served. This legislation would rename 2 beloved landmarks within Patterson-Great Falls National Historic Park, the Scenic Overlook Trail Bridge and Overlook Park, as the Bill Pascrell Jr. Senior Overlook Trail Bridge and the Bill Pascrell Jr. Overlook Park. These places offer sweeping views of Great Falls, the Great Falls, a symbol of American ingenuity, labor, and power. They could be no more fitting tribute to a man whose career reflected those same qualities. For decades, Bill Pascrell fought for the people of Patterson and the state of New Jersey, and anyone who visited Patterson, as I have on many occasions, knew that he lived, ate, and breathed Patterson. That man loved Patterson and was Patterson. It is also fitting that on the week that we honor police officers who put their lives on the line to protect and serve us, that this is the time that we will pass this bill honoring Bill Pascrell. He never backed down from standing up for working people and for first responders. From the halls of City Hall to Congress, he was a tireless advocate for working families, veterans, public health, and local infrastructure. But what defined him was his unshakable belief in the potential of his hometown a city that helped build America, and a city that he never stopped believing in. By renaming these park features in his honor, we're not just commemorating a public service, we are linking his legacy to a history of American industry, immigration, and a resilience that Great Falls represent. Bill Pascrell deserves this legacy. He was a legacy. He had a great sense of humor, and when he walked in, everyone knew he was in the room. We miss him dearly here, and his name belongs in this place, not only in the official record, but in the very landscape of the community he loved. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to help ensure this legacy stands as strong and enduring as the Great Falls themselves. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Jersey.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 249 to redesignate parts of the Patterson Great Falls National Historic Park in honor of the late Congressman Bill Pascrell Jr. Thank you to my friend and fellow New Jerseyan, Congressman Frank Pallone, for leading this effort. I am a proud original co-sponsor of this important measure to honor the legacy of one of Patterson's greatest sons, Congressman Pascrell. Congressman Pascrell was my dear friend and a mentor to me. He was known throughout our state for his closely held convictions. He spoke up and spoke out for what he believed in, and he never backed down from a fight. Many years ago, Bill had a vision for the Great Falls. He knew that with adequate federal resources and funding, the Great Falls could be an anchor for Patterson's rebirth and revitalization. So once he arrived in Washington, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Bill fought relentlessly to secure the designation of the Great Falls as a national historic park. In 2009, when it was signed into law by President Obama, it was a proud day for our city and our entire state. This designation unlocked a flood of new rehabilitation and expansion projects that have transformed the Great Falls into a hub for tourism and recreation. This includes the expansion of the park's boundaries to encompass the historic Hinchcliffe Stadium. The Great Falls is the crown jewel of our great city. After Niagara Falls, by volume, it is the largest set of waterfalls east of the Mississippi River. Hundreds of thousands of tourists come from all over the world to be inspired by the beauty of its roaring water. Additionally, our Great Falls is unique as both a historical and national landmark. Alexander Hamilton used the power of the falls to help start the Industrial Revolution right in the heart of Patterson, New Jersey. Overlook Park is the center of our national park. This part of the district is where you get the classic view of our famous falls. The pedestrian bridge is another favorite part of the park, a place where you can get a top-side view of the falls and can physically feel its majesty, along with the mist from the mighty Passaic River. With the passage of this measure into law to rename these two locations, Bill Pascrell's tireless advocacy will be rightfully remembered by generations of Pattersonians. So as a proud Pattersonian, let me just say, I urge all my colleagues to support the passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a straightforward bipartisan bill that renames beloved sites for the late Representative Bill Pascrell Jr. I urge its adoption, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 249? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Finish this. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 618 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 61, H.R. 618, a bill to amend the Apex Project, Nevada Land Transfer and Authorization Act of 1989 to include the City of North Las Vegas and the Apex Industrial Park Owners Association and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 618, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of Representative Horsford's bill, H.R. 618, the Apex Area Technical Corrections Act. H.R. 618 is a bipartisan bill supported by the entire Nevada delegation that would streamline permitting in the Apex Industrial Park in North Las Vegas to encourage new businesses development and economic growth. Specifically, the legislation authorizes the Secretary of the Interior to grant utility and transportation rights-of-way to the Apex Industrial Park Owners Association, the City of North Las Vegas, and Clark County for electric, power, water, natural gas, telephone, railroad, or highway facilities. Congress created the Apex Industrial Park in 1989 by authorizing the sale of roughly 21,000 acres of Bureau of Land Management land to Clark County, Nevada, to establish a new area to attract businesses and create jobs. While the original law directed BLM to issue utility and transportation rights-of-way for the Apex, businesses seeking to start construction or expand operations currently face a complicated permitting process. The delayed installation of utilities has stalled the growth of existing businesses in the Apex area. Additionally, the prolonged permitting process deters new investment and hinders economic development in North Las Vegas. Removing bureaucratic delays by the federal government is necessary for the growth and prosperity of North Las Vegas. I'd like to thank Representative Horsford and the entire Nevada delegation for their work on this issue. I support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 618, the Apex Area Technical Corrections Act, a forward-looking bill by my colleague, Representative Horsford, that will strengthen economic opportunity and improve land management in southern Nevada. This bill would update the Apex Project Land Transfer Act of 1989 to provide the City of North Las Vegas and the Apex Industrial Park Owners Association with improved access and management authority in the Apex Industrial Park. The Apex Industrial Park is a critical driver of job creation, logistics, and advanced manufacturing in southern Nevada, and the critical update provided by this bill would open the door to more efficient growth, infrastructure investment, and regional coordination. This bill reflects how modern public-private partnerships should work by empowering local governments and stakeholders to align federal resources with local needs. The bill would maintain full compliance with federal environmental standards, including NEPA and FLPMA, ensuring that responsible growth and environmental stewardship go hand in hand. And finally, the bill would simplify mineral sales during land grading, cutting delays when competition is not feasible while protecting federal interests and upholding transparency. This is exactly how Congress should tap into the potential of utilizing federal lands and resources to support local communities There has been a transparent process with multiple hearings and significant stakeholder engagement. This is the way the legislative process should work, and I want to thank Representative Horsford and Representative Lee for leading the effort, along with the support of Representative Titus. I know their constituents back home in Nevada appreciate all the hard work and the effort gone into this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose? The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Nevada, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Horsford.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 618, and I want to thank Ms. Hoyle, the floor manager for the committee, as well as the chairman for the courtesy. In 1989, Congress enacted the Nevada Land Transfer and Authorization Act, directing the sale of 21,000 acres of federal land to Clark County for the establishment of the Apex Industrial Area. This law permits only the Bureau of Land Management and Clark County to issue utility and transportation rights of way. Originally, Clark County had this authorization in order to make the permitting process shorter. In recent years, however, the City of North Las Vegas and the Apex Industrial Owners Association primarily manage the site, not Clark County. The result is that this law has had the opposite effect and leads to a longer permitting process for businesses that need to construct sewer, gas, and power, as well as broadband infrastructure. Amending the Nevada Land Transfer and Authorization Act to include the City of North Las Vegas and the Apex Area Industrial Owners Association as permittees would allow the original congressional intent of expediting the permitting process to be fulfilled. H.R. 618 is an extremely simple fix to a complex problem that plagues Apex and causes major slowdowns at the Southern Nevada Bureau of Land Management and stifles economic growth in the county. Again, I want to thank Chairman Westerman, Ranking Member Jared Huffman, as well as Representative Hoyle, and the rest of the Natural Resources Committee for allowing this measure to pass through committee and to come to the floor. I ask that all members support this legislation on economic development, expediting the permitting process, and ensuring that the lands in our community are decided by the residents who use them. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation would support economic growth, create jobs, and attract new businesses to North Las Vegas by streamlining permitting and cutting federal red tape. I commend Representative Horsford on this bill, urge its adoption, and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 618 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 952.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 952, a bill to convey the reversionary interest of the United States in certain land in Sacramento, California.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 952, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of Representative Matsui's bill, the Reversionary Interest Conveyance Act. This legislation previously passed the House by voice vote last December. This bill resolves the stubborn property law issue affecting a small parcel of land in California. The current owners of an 8-acre property in Sacramento recently discovered a reversionary interest on their land, which a railroad company originally conveyed. The reversionary interest, which dates back to the days of the Transcontinental Railroad in the 19th century, requires the land to revert to ownership by the United States since it is no longer used for railroad purposes. Because of this outdated encumbrance, the owners of this property are limited in their ability to develop or sell the land. The Bureau of Land Management, which would inherit the property through the reversion, does not want to manage the land in question since the agency can't extinguish the reversionary interest unilaterally. The BLM has encouraged Congress to address the issue through legislation. H.R. 952 would resolve this conflict by requiring the Bureau of Land Management to convey the reversionary interest to the private landowners for fair market value. This bill will free up the land for economic development and prevent further federal interference. It is a good governance bill that supports a local community, encourages economic development, and reduces the burden on the federal government. I thank Representative Matsui for this effort on behalf of her constituents. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Reversionary Interest Conveyance Act, introduced by my colleague from California, Representative Matsui. This legislation would authorize the conveyance of certain reversionary interests in approximately 8.43 acres administered by the Bureau of Land Management in Sacramento. Development at this site is currently hindered by reversionary interest that dates back to the 19th century. The original conveyance of this land from the federal government stipulated that it must be used for specific stated purposes or ownership would revert back to the United States. Land with reversionary interests like these have what's called a clouded title, which limits allowable uses and development. In this case, the reversionary interests originate from the initial conveyance that provided public land for railroad purposes in the 19th century. Making matters worse, the land changed hands over the years, eventually without the knowledge of this requirement. This bill would finally clear up the land ownership by resolving the federal government's ownership claims in these parcels. Under the sale authorized by this bill, the current landowners would be given an opportunity to purchase the reversionary interest from the federal government so the landowners may pursue development or future conveyances of the land. The bill will allow the City of Sacramento and Sacramento State University to move forward with the development of an innovative and dynamic research park. This bill includes standard conveyance language, including the requirement to sell the reversionary interest at fair market value. The conveyance is supported by the Department of the Interior. This transparent and targeted land conveyance would be a win-win for the federal government and the community in Sacramento. I want to thank Representative Matsui for her leadership. She's been working on this bill for several years. I know her constituents appreciate the hard work and perseverance. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is straightforward legislation that will help private property owners develop their land without interference from the federal government. I support this bill and note that it unanimously passed the House last Congress. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 952? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2492.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2492, a bill to authorize the Secretary of Agriculture and the Secretary of the Interior to permit removal of trees around electrical lines on National Forest System lands and Bureau of Land Management lands, respectively, without conducting a timber sale and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2492, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 2492, the Firesafe Electrical Corridors Act of 2025, led by Representatives Carbajal and Valadeo. This legislation would allow the U.S. Forest Service to permit utility companies to fully remove hazardous trees and other vegetation near power lines without requiring a separate timber sale. The legislation also includes provisions ensuring a fair return to the federal government when the timber is sold. Currently, utility companies are allowed to fell hazard trees in their right-of-way, but are not permitted to remove them without going through the timber sale process. This unnecessary bureaucratic step leaves timber piled up in the rights-of-way for long periods, creating a significant wildfire risk, especially near communities in the wildland-urban interface. Hazard trees near power lines have proven to be a serious fire threat. In fact, the largest single wildfire in California history, the Dixie Fire, ignited when a tree fell onto electrical lines. As we enter into what is predicted to be another devastating fire year, it is more imperative than ever that we take every step to manage our forest and reduce wildfire risk. In January, the world watched as communities in Southern California were virtually leveled by catastrophic wildfires. In the wake of that tragedy, the House came together to pass the Fix Our Forest Act on an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis. The legislation we are considering today was included as part of the Fix Our Forest Act. Today is another opportunity for Congress to meet the moment and pass common sense forest management policy. I'd like to commend Representatives Carbajal and Valadeo for their bipartisan collaboration on this legislation and on the Fix Our Forest Act. I urge adoption of the measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2492, the Firesafe Electrical Corridors Act of 2025, introduced by my colleague, Representative Carbajal from California. This bill would authorize the Secretaries of Agriculture and Interior to permit electrical utilities to remove tree and vegetation near power lines on national forest systems and Bureau of Land Management lands without the need for a timber sale. This bill addresses a critical public safety issue, preventing wildfires caused by overgrown vegetation near electrical infrastructure, particularly in high-risk areas of the West. Current requirements for timber sales can delay essential maintenance and fire prevention efforts. This legislation would streamline that process while maintaining environmental safeguards under existing land management plans and federal law. Importantly, the bill would ensure taxpayer fairness. If utilities sell any of the removed material, they must return the net proceeds to the federal government. Altogether, this bill provides a common-sense, bipartisan solution to reduce wildfire risk, improve grid safety, and enhance coordination between federal land managers and utility providers. The bill respects environmental protections, avoids unnecessary bureaucracy, and promotes responsible land stewardship. I want to thank Representative Carbajal for his hard work on this bill. I will support community safety in his district and throughout the country. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, the sponsor of this bill, Representative Carbajal.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Hoyle. I would like to extend my thanks to Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Huffman for their support in advancing my bipartisan legislation, Firesafe Electrical Corridors Act, which I introduced with Representatives Valadao, Costa, and Fitzpatrick. My Firesafe Electrical Corridors Act is a common sense solution to help us reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfires. It simply allows the United States Forest Service or the Bureau of Land Management to approve the removal of hazardous trees or vegetation near power lines on federal land without the need for a timber sale. Unfortunately, catastrophic wildfires continue to ravage the western United States, and we need common sense solutions that balance sustainable fuels, forest management practices with reducing wildfire risks. My legislation strives to find that solution and that balance. Currently, the United States Forest Service allows utility companies to cut down trees and branches in existing utility corridors. However, the dead vegetation cannot be removed from federal land without a timber sale. This has created unnecessary red tape and led to the buildup of dry fields around utility lines. We cannot continue with the status quo. Inaction can be deadly, I know, because we have seen it. The 2017 Thomas Fire, which created the conditions for the deadly Montecito debris flow that killed 23 people in my district, the 2018 Camp Fire and the 2021 Dixie Fire were all started by electrical equipment. These fires were some of the largest and most destructive fires in California's history. If we can take action to help save lives and protect property, we should. While there is more work ahead of us to continue to reduce the risk of wildfires, this is an important step. I am glad to be able to work with my colleagues across the aisle to get this done. I urge all my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, passing H.R. 2492 would be an essential step towards reducing the urgent threat that wildfire poses to communities nationwide. Once again, I would like to thank Representatives Carbajal and Valadeo for their leadership on this vital issue. And before I close, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Objection.
Urge the adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2492? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2215.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2215, a bill to redesignate the Salem Maritime National Historic Site as the Salem Maritime National Historical Park and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2215, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of Representative Moulton's bill, the Salem Maritime National Historical Park Redesignation and Boundary Study Act. This legislation would redesignate the Salem Maritime National Historical Site in Salem, Massachusetts as the Salem Maritime National Historical Park. Known for its rich history dating back to the colonial era, this area was the first historic site to be included in the National Park System in 1938. Today, the historical park includes 12 historic structures, a downtown visitor center, and a replica of a famous sailing ship, the Friendship of Salem. The site attracts over 800,000 visitors annually and showcases over 600 years of New England's maritime history. Since most historical sites focus on a singular historical feature, designating Salem Maritime as a National Historic Park would align with the naming conventions of other National Park System units around the country. Community leaders in the area also hope the redesignation will lead to more visitors by highlighting the various attractions. In addition to the redesignation, this legislation also requires the National Park Service to conduct a boundary study of related sites to assess their feasibility for future inclusion in the historical park. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Salem Maritime National Historic Park Redesignation and Boundary Study Act introduced by my colleague from Massachusetts, Representative Seth Moulton. This bill would redesignate the Salem Maritime National Historic Site in Salem, Massachusetts as the Salem Maritime National Historic Park, and it would require a study into including additional sites and resources. The Salem Maritime National Historic Site preserves more than 600 years of our history, documenting the development of international maritime trade and the journey to American economic independence following the Revolutionary War. Due to the importance of preserving the maritime history of New England, Congress chose to designate a piece of the Salem waterfront to the country's as the country's first National Historic Site in 1938. The site has since grown to 9 acres of land, 12 historic structures, and a visitor center hosting an average of over 300,000 visitors per year. The bill before us today would redesignate the site to more accurately reflect the scope, scale, and significance of the resources managed there by the National Park Service. This is an important update to an important historical resource, and I want to thank Representative Moulton for his leadership on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Moulton.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleagues for supporting this legislation, especially my good friend and workout buddy from Arkansas. I urge support for my bill, H.R. 2215, the Salem Maritime National Historic Park Redesignation and Boundary Study Act, because Salem Maritime was established in 1938 as the nation's first national historic site. It has spent the ensuing 87 years preserving and interpreting over 600 years of American history. This redesignation is overdue. National historic sites tend to contain a single historical feature and focus on one theme or period of time. But the Salem Maritime National Historic Site contains a dozen historical structures across 9 acres. These sites preserve and share diverse histories, ranging from early American maritime trade to slavery and emancipation to the creation of the National Guard. In many ways, Salem's history is our nation's history. Take, for example, the Salem gunpowder raid of 1775, which was the first armed resistance to the royal authority, laying the groundwork for the battles of Lexington and Concord, and later, the American Revolution. This is history that our children and our communities should learn, and the Salem Maritime National Historic Park does that critical work. This redesignation will also help to bring more visitors to Salem, including to the city's many small businesses, promoting year-round stability in a city that receives a third of its tourism revenue in 1 month. As America's 250th anniversary approaches, we should expand Salem Maritime's capacity to share our region's rich history with visitors from across Massachusetts and the country. I urge support of H.R. 2215, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Oregon.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will more appropriately reflect the varied and unique history of the timeless landmarks in Salem, Massachusetts. I want to thank my friend and acknowledge Representative Moulton for his work on this bill. I urge its adoption, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2215? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 1238B3 of the Floyd D. Spence National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2001 22 U.S. Code 7002, as amended, and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, of the following individual on the part of the House to the United States China Economic and Security Review Commission for a term expiring December 31st, 2026.
Mr. Christopher Slevin of Washington, D.C.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 today.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on the motions to suspend the rules as previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: House Concurrent Resolution 30 and H.R. 249. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business on the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, to suspend the rules and agree to House Concurrent Resolution 30, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Concurrent Resolution 30, concurrent resolution expressing support for local law enforcement officers.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the concurrent resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
all members voted, does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 400. Vote, the yeas are 411, the nays are 1, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The concurrent resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 249, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 39, H.R. 249, a bill to redesignate certain facilities at Patterson Great Falls National Historic Park in honor of Congressman Bill Pascrell Jr.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? The yeas are 362, the nays are 50, 2 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What's that? The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise? The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize Heather Davenport, USOA, Ms. Pennsylvania, and founder of We Are Strong, LLC, a nonprofit committed to breaking the cycle of domestic abuse and offering hope to those affected. Since earning her title in November, she's volunteered at food banks, supported pediatric cancer families, honored veterans, and raised awareness about domestic violence throughout the state. She has used her role as USOA Ms. Pennsylvania to represent our community with compassion and purpose. Heather, a proud resident of the greater Lehigh Valley and a mother of 5, has used her platform to give a voice to those who are often overlooked and to strengthen the support systems for individuals facing abuse. I want to congratulate her and thank her for the incredible work that she is doing. Her nonprofit, We Are Strong, is a traveling domestic violence clinic that provides essential resources such as housing, clothing, and emotional support to individuals in need throughout the state. This work is urgently needed. In Pennsylvania alone, more than 100 victims lost their lives to domestic violence last year, and nationally, 1 in 4 women experience severe physical violence from an intimate partner in their lifetime. I appreciate the work that Heather has done and want to continue to extend heartfelt gratitude for all of her work. Thank you.
Fired. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize National Salvation Army Week and to honor an organization that has been a pillar of support and hope in communities all across this country. Since its founding in 1865, the Salvation Army has provided food, shelter, and hope to millions, responded to disasters, helped individuals overcome addiction, and supported families in time of crisis. The Salvation Army is a beacon of hope across this nation. House Resolution 404 recognizes and celebrates National Salvation Army Week, also commends the Red Kettle campaign and honors the countless volunteers, donors, and officers who make the Salvation Army's mission possible. I've seen their impact firsthand in eastern North Carolina, where they bring disaster relief, dignity, and compassion to those who need it most. Offer my heartfelt thanks and commitment to continuing our support. Thank you, Salvation Army, for lifting our communities daily and doing the most good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Ann Poppel, who passed away peacefully on May 3rd. Ms. Poppel was a trailblazer in many ways, having served as the clerk of Superior Court of McIntosh County for many years, a successful realtor, and a full-time mother to 3 boys. She was a beloved member of the community, exemplifying kindness, resilience, and generosity, leaving an enduring impact on everyone who knew her. She had many hobbies, including cooking, painting, traveling, and gardening, but nothing came before God and family. Ms. Poppel's legacy of compassion and selflessness inspired those around her to lead with purpose and integrity. She will be greatly missed by her family, friends, and all who had the privilege of knowing her. As we remember Ms. Poppel, let us celebrate her profound impact on her community and the example that she leaves behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the New York Post editorial board wrote about President Trump's plans to accept a free gift from Qatar of a $400 million Boeing 747-8 jet. The New York Post said, quote, "What is President Trump thinking? He's bragging of winning a $400 million gift, a palace in the sky from Qatar that in effect he will eventually own personally. Quote, sorry, this gift is far from free. Qatar will surely expect something in return. Quote, and the optics are beyond awful, especially as Congress mulls hundreds of billions in Medicaid cuts. The New York Post continues, that not only looks bad, it creates all kinds of conflicts of interest and runs smack into the Constitution's emolument clause, which prohibits foreign gifts. The Post editorial closes, quote, but given all the foreign investments and conflicts of interest and now a $400 million plane, they seem designed to benefit the president more than anything. This from the New York Post editorial board. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the moment of reckoning for California Governor Gavin Newsom has arrived. While I have been fighting to protect Medicaid benefits for Californians, the governor's irresponsible actions are now threatening deep cuts for Medicaid in California. You see, Newsom has made California the only state that offers Medicaid to everyone in the state illegally. That has already cost us $9.5 billion just this year in state funds, and now it also threatens to cost us even more in federal funds. Governor Newsom faces a very clear choice. He can continue a policy that no other state has and cost us hundreds of billions of dollars in Medicaid benefits that could have gone to legal California residents over the next decade, or he can act now to reverse this irresponsible policy. I am strongly urging the governor and the legislature to do the latter immediately. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition?
I ask consent to deliver remarks for 1 minute, to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a history teacher, so I know that we have to do everything we can to document what's happening right now, because we are at a very dangerous moment and it requires courage from every single one of us. Here's the truth of it. This national nightmare started with a series of lies. The first one being that Barack Obama was not born in this country. Then the second one, the ridiculous, easily disproved claim that the 2017 inauguration broke records that no one had ever seen before. Then the lie about the weather map and the Sharpie, and then so many other lies building up to that one big lie that you all have heard about, the 2020 election. It was an obvious lie, and yet he lost over and over and over in court and continued to lie. And there was no evidence, but it didn't matter. Why didn't it matter? Because it wasn't about the evidence. It was actually a test. It was a test to signal your willingness to be loyal. If you promise to spread our lies, you can be on the team. It was actually a qualification for being able to work on that team. And slowly, like the rot in the foundation of an old farmhouse, it continued.
Time has expired.
The decay set in, and now
the gentlewoman's time. The House will be in order.
Bravery is uncomfortable, but cowardice.
The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of Vincent C. McMahon, a proud son of New City, a veteran of the United States Army, and a decorated lieutenant of the FDNY. Vincent lived his life of service to his country, to his community, to his city. He was a member of the elite 75th Ranger Regiment, a 25-year firefighter with the FDNY, and a first responder at Ground Zero after the attacks on September 11th. Vinny never turned away from a call to serve. He gave everything, including his health, for the safety and well-being of others. Beyond the uniform, Vincent was a brother, a husband, a neighbor, and a friend. He was a fixture at the Pearl River Elks, the American Legion, and the Knights of Columbus, and he never stopped giving back. To his wife, Haley, and his entire family, on behalf of a grateful community and nation, thank you for sharing Vinny with all of us. We will never forget his sacrifice, and we will carry forward his example of courage and commitment. May he rest in peace.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today because the president is out here in these streets cutting funding for programs that support a lot of things Americans care about. Survivors of sexual assault, programs that offer mental health care for police officers, hotlines to keep victims of crime whole, programs that assist law enforcement in rural communities, providing guidance on finding safe housing, and offering care and counseling for children facing abuse. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, local organizations have been sounding the alarm of what these cuts would mean for our communities, and today I'm joining them. And in some situations, these services are make or break, and we just can't let our communities and our neighbors down. Mr. Speaker, this week is Police Week, and if the President is truly supportive of safer communities, he should quit cutting funding for programs that work to keep them that way. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a fund called the Secure Rural Schools. It was enacted by Congress decades ago to replace the timber receipts we used to have when we had a strong forest industry, especially in the West. It's been run out by a lot of environmental policy. It turned out to be erroneous. See the spotted owl. So we've had to, in Congress, put forward this Secure Rural Schools funding in order to backfill, what local counties, local school districts used to have from timber receipts. So good news is that this piece is in the House Agriculture Reconciliation Bill. So that's good news for these rural counties that have been waiting for a long time, since it's already expired back in March. It is a lifeline for many areas in rural America. The federal government controls so much land. Some states it's somewhere between 40 and 80% of the land that counties can't collect property taxes on when the timber harvest isn't happening anymore like it used to. And for some reason, the United States is the #1 importer of wood and wood products. Instead, we burn millions of acres every year in the West. So SRS was created as a promise. If Washington is going to tie up these lands, it needs to help fund the basic services that these counties need. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to recently join members of the United Steelworkers Local 1010 in Hammond, Indiana, to commemorate Workers' Memorial Day. During the proceedings, I shared how when the steel and manufacturing industries of Northwest Indiana were beginning more than a century ago, the workers labored in long hours in extremely dangerous conditions and were regrettably considered expendable. But today, through the power of collective bargaining, our workforce has the ability to negotiate with management and enact workplace protections that say we value labor and we value safety. As a federal legislator, I am committed to building on the progress, and I'm very concerned about the proposals to cut back the ability of the Department of Labor to implement federal workplace protections. As a member of the House Appropriations Committee, I will make every effort to ensure that OSHA and the National Labor Relations Board have the resources and direction they need to ensure that all workers make it back home to their families and loved ones at the end of the day. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and remember the life and service of Police Officer Garrett Swayze to the Colorado Springs community. On November 27, 2015, Officer Swayze, a member of the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs Police Department, responded to a call of an active shooter at the Planned Parenthood office. Officer Swayze, who was one of the first officers on the scene, boldly and courageously engaged the shooter and was fatally shot. Officer Swayze had been a police officer for 6 years and was a co-pastor for Hope Chapel in Colorado Springs. Officer Swayze left behind his wife, Rachel, and his children, Elijah and Faith. Officer Garrett Swayze represented the best in all of us and faithfully and heroically served the Pikes Peak region until his final moments. On behalf of Colorado's 5th Congressional District, I thank Officer Swayze and his family for their service to our community and our nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana, Virginia, seek recognition?
As
unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've all seen the recent news on Ukraine. Zelensky is set to meet Putin. Putin must immediately agree to a 30-day ceasefire. To force that, the United States and President Trump must increase the pressure on Putin. This is not a regional fight. Ukraine's sovereignty is a U.S. national security issue. And it's also a humanitarian crisis. As of 2023, the U.S. State Department had documented the abduction of approximately 20,000 Ukrainian children. That number has only increased. The program that was keeping track of those children has recently been cut. These Russian abductions represent a deliberate effort to eliminate Ukrainian national identity, destroy family ties, and are a specific element of a genocide crime under international criminal law. The Russians claim further that 700,000 children have been seized. None of this can stand. As someone who's traveled over a dozen times through Ukraine in order to investigate war crimes, I know how important it is that we make a stand now, not later. We must uphold our American values by seeking peace in the region and demanding the immediate return of Ukraine's missing children. We will see this week whether Mr. Putin shows up for peace talks with Ukraine on Turkey or remains an international pariah and coward. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, in a committee hearing, in which there were probably very few people in the room, the Republican majority voted to expand the low-income housing tax credit. First of all, the low-income housing tax credit doesn't really benefit a lot of low-income people. But in any event, the way it works, we give 70% of the cost of a developer's project to him in tax credits. 70%. That seems a strange way to solve the housing crisis in this country for a Democrat. It's even stranger for a Republican. Even stranger for a Republican. But in any event, I think people should look at this. We're spending $13.5 billion every year on this credit. And like I said, it primarily, you can get it on all sorts of think tanks. The primary benefit is the developer. Probably the number 2 beneficiary is the biggest banks in the country. And it is something that ought to be reviewed. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many across our nation are outraged at the $400 million luxury airplane, the Palace in the Sky, that President Trump just accepted from the nation of Qatar. That's against the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. And he took the bribe in plain sight. Meanwhile, our nation is very short on air controllers who are trained. Look at Newark, New Jersey. They have had radar failures, repeated flight delays due to serious staffing shortages. This is true across our country. But what does the Secretary of Transportation, Mr. Duffy, say? He said, what you see in Newark is going to happen in other places across the country. My reply, excuses aren't an answer. So going forward, what do we need to do? As of May 1st, we are 3,000 air controllers short in this country. Workforce is aging, they're stretched thin and understaffed, exacerbated by DOGE, buyouts, and firings. The FAA just simply doesn't have the people, and it's going to get worse as people travel this summer. While Newark grabs headlines, the pain is felt across America. Mr. Speaker, let President Trump sell the plane, $400 million, and put that money into training more air controllers for their safety and for the safety of this nation. I yield back.
Time has expired. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to celebrate Marilyn Weber, a remarkable leader whose impact on Kaiser Permanente Northwest and our community cannot be overstated. Marilyn served Northwest Permanente for 35 years, Kaiser Permanente Northwest for 35 years, including 8 years as the Northwest Permanente Chief Financial Officer. She expertly guided the company through challenging and innovative times. She is a mentor, advisor, and friend to me and many others. I saw firsthand her unwavering commitment to the mission to deliver the best care possible to Kaiser members across Oregon and Southwest Washington. Marilyn connected finances to people, ensuring that decisions supported health care. Her ability to turn complex financial concepts into mission-driven outcomes has empowered countless care teams. But what truly set Marilyn apart, and still does, is her heart, her deep belief that healthcare is a gift of service, compassion, and quality, and equity. Importantly, equity. Marilyn, thank you for your leadership, service, and integrity to the people of Oregon. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to demand that Congress restore the full state and local tax deduction, which would cut taxes for Nassau County residents. On Long Island, we pay some of the highest taxes in the country, and we send far more to Washington than we get back. For the past 8 years, this cap has hiked tax bills for hardworking families in my district and those in other high-tax states, even as the cost of living continues to rise. These families deserve real relief. It's what the president promised when he came to my district and he said he would get SALT back. Well, it's time to deliver, Mr. President. At this very moment, the majority is advancing a reconciliation bill that fails to meaningfully lower taxes for Long Island, where we are already facing a cost of living crisis. Mr. Speaker, that's totally unacceptable. There is bipartisan agreement among my New York colleagues that the majority's offer is a slap in the face to New Yorkers. We need to hold the line and push for a full repeal that will bring tax bills down and give Long Islanders much-needed tax relief. I came to Congress to cut taxes and make life more affordable for my residents. I'll continue to explore every possible avenue to do just that. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the month of May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Virginia is home to a dynamic and growing ANHPI community, a community that across the country and in Virginia contributes in every field, including business, education, science, technology, and of course government. And many leaders in our community immigrated from Asian countries in pursuit of the American dream, like my family, and their stories and success are a testament to the founding ideals of our country. So happy ANHPI Heritage Month to everyone. I also rise today to recognize the month of May as National Cancer Research Month. Every day, 5,000 Americans will be diagnosed with cancer. More than 1,600 will die from it every day. And now more than ever, we must support our dedicated scientists and doctors across the country who work to treat and care for patients. And I urge everyone to support robust funding for medical research for cancer so we can find a cure and stop the cuts to cancer research. So happy National Cancer Research Month to everyone. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sue Abderholder for her transformational leadership and advocacy for accessible mental health care services in Minnesota. During her 24-year of service as the executive director for the National Alliance on Mental Health Illness, Minnesota, she helped pass over 24 landmark laws that reshaped education, healthcare, housing, criminal justice to better serve people living with mental illness. Sue championed legislation to require mental health training for teachers and expanded crisis and early intervention services. Thanks to Sue's unwavering commitment to expanding culturally responsive, person-centered mental health care, our communities are safer and healthier. I'm grateful for her years of service and hope she has a wonderful retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call out and condemn Donald Trump's astounding corruption. Just last week, he signaled that he would change the name of the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Gulf. And today, he arrived in the Middle East, where he is expected to accept a $400 million luxury 747 from Qatar to replace Air Force One. From attempting to rename the Persian Gulf to accepting luxury airplanes as unprecedented personal gifts, Donald Trump would rather waste time on ridiculous political stunts designed to curry favor with foreign governments and line his own pockets than to address the issues affecting the American people. As the first Iranian-American Democrat elected to Congress, I can tell you that the Persian community in the United States and across the world is outraged at the attempt to change this historically significant name. And that is why today I am proud to introduce the Persian Gulf Act to prohibit any federal funds from being used to rename the body of water and prevent government documents from referring to the Persian Gulf by anything except the name. As Donald Trump acts only for himself, I will continue fighting against his corruption and for the American people. Thank you.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentlewoman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 8th time to call on the Trump administration to restore funding for life-saving food aid for malnourished children. Adija Nutrition in North Kingstown, Rhode Island, produces more than 88 million pounds of Plumpy Nut, a peanut paste that has served millions of malnourished children around the world per year, or at least they did until Donald Trump stopped that funding. Despite Congress passing this funding, which would continue this food aid, and the promises from the administration that the program will continue, Adija recently received a notice that read, "We will not be moving forward at this time." This is despite the urgent, life-saving need for relief around the world. While Adija's work has been interrupted and will continue to feel the consequences of this interruption, it is not too late to restore this funding. Congress has already appropriated this funding in a bipartisan manner. The money has been appropriated. The Trump administration just needs to do what it said it was going to do and restore the flow of funds for this life-saving food aid. The lives of children around the world depend on it, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To instruct the world what a nice gesture is, 1 minute or less.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump was offered this $400 million airplane. He said he thought it was a nice gesture. A nice gesture is when somebody passes the salt and pepper. That's a nice gesture. A nice gesture is when somebody says, "Good morning. Have a nice day." That's a nice gesture. Nice gesture is when some gentleman pulls a chair out for a lady to sit down. That's a nice gesture. But to take a $400 million airplane from Qatar as the plane of the United States of America's president is cheap and demeaning and harmful to our country that has always flown high as the finest nation on this earth. It's also graft and corruption. The emperor wears no clothes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager Dove, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour along with my distinguished colleague from the great state of Ohio, Representative Shontel Brown, who hopefully will be joining us, but she is, along with so many of our other colleagues, in her committee hearing, trying to figure out if Republicans will stand up with the American people and vote down so many of the disastrous proposals that are being brought up in these various committees as it relates to the reconciliation bill. So, for the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people, directly to you, on the Republicans' disastrous reconciliation package. This is an issue of great importance, of utmost importance, of perilous importance, not just to the Congressional Black Caucus, but to everyone, and hopefully not just members of the Congress who are Democrats, but hopefully Republican members will also stand up with and for the American people and vote down some of this nonsense that is going to be coming before all of us in our committees. But at the very least, let's not be silent. And that is why the Congressional Black Caucus is here tonight. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans on the Ways and Means Committee just released text. This is this one big, beautiful bill. This is this 386-page manifesto that killed trees and trees and trees. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, there are only 2 words in that phrase that are accurate. This is a bill, and it is big, but it is not beautiful. It is a backstabbing bill because all of the items in this bill, in these 386 pages, are about how this administration is going to backstab the American people. And it's not going to feel good. Unlike the OJ song, The Backstabbers, okay? This doesn't have a good melody. This is about cutting Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security and benefits for veterans. This is about killing young people and seniors and those who are disabled. This is about cutting important critical services for the American people to give tax credits to billionaires. A lot of B's in this statement that I said, none of them very good. And let me be very clear, Republicans have barely made any attempts to support working families. Instead, they have written an economic love letter to people like Elon Musk. This is a 386-page love letter to Elon Musk. Republicans have been running from the truth. All they want, okay, they have been silent, all they want, but the truth is in the eyes of this administration. Americans don't need health care, but this administration somehow needs a $400 million plane gifted to them from the Saudi government. Americans don't need SNAP assistance, but this administration and all of his billionaire buddies need millions in tax write-offs. Mr. Speaker, how are my constituents supposed to live? How are your constituents supposed to live? How are any of our constituents supposed to pull themselves up by those ridiculous bootstraps that people like to talk about when this administration and the House majority are actually not just taking away their boots, but taking away the leather and the rubber and the soles and the labor that would be used to even make these boots. And we are going to be spending the next hour talking about all of that. But right now, Mr. Speaker, I want to yield to my very good friend from the great state of Maryland, Representative Glenn Ivey.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. And it's an honor to be here on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus to address these issues and speak to these issues because they're so timely. And there's new developments that come every day with these that, keep us guessing as to what the Trump administration is going to do from one moment to the next. I'm going to talk about this plane from Qatar towards the end, but I did want to speak today, Mr. Speaker, about my deep concern about the appropriations and budget processes as established by the Constitution, because they're broken. I rise out of deep concern for our institution, our responsibilities, and for the American people who elected us to make decisions. The continuing resolutions that we've been passing are temporary stopgaps, but they've become the norm. And it's not just a failure of a process, it's a failure of President Trump's leadership and House Republican leadership. Trump's economic failures include trying to make his tax cuts permanent, the DOGE cuts, and the irresponsibility of the tariff packages, which I think, thank goodness he backed away from that a few days ago with respect to cutting a deal with China. But that's only for 90 days. And the challenge of the erratic and illegal behavior he's been exhibiting is that it really puts companies in a very difficult spot. Companies have to make decisions not just moment to moment, as apparently President Trump does, but over months, sometimes years, especially if they're going to make major decisions about something like, say, investing to build a new plant, because that can cost millions or even billions of dollars. And so when he does things like he puts up 130-something% in tariffs against one of the main trading partners of the United States, like China, it creates a major problem for companies who do trade with China, who get their materials or send their finished products to China. And many of those are American small businesses, and we've seen and heard from many of those over the past couple of days. Some are toy manufacturers that I've been listening to as they talk about what's happened to their companies on the radio, and they're concerned about what might happen for them at the key time of year for their businesses, which would be the Christmas holidays. But the Trump administration didn't pay any attention to that. In fact, he just moved forward with the tariff cuts, or the tariffs that he put in place, not just against China, not just against our adversaries, but against allies like Canada and Mexico, France, Germany, and other countries. And it's been devastating to the American economy and businesses across the country. He ran for election telling the American people that he was going to make their economic lives better, that he was going to help them financially be better off than they were under the Biden administration. But it's clear in the first 6 months of what he's been doing that he's not putting money in their pockets, he's taking it out. And I think it's critical for us to make sure we understand fully what's going on here with respect to the packages that they're trying to move. He's trying to do it mainly through executive order. He's been unable to move major pieces of legislation through the House, and House leadership hasn't pressed him to do it, even though we're supposed to be doing these things through the appropriations process. Matter of fact, the Constitution gave us the obligation to move these bills through the appropriations process, but the Republican leadership in the House has failed to do that. And the failure to pass these appropriations bills has led to things like federal workers. They're being forced out of their positions. Some of them are being concerned about whether their paychecks are going to come. Small businesses, as we just mentioned a moment ago, especially those that are relying on government contracts, are having trouble making payroll. And in some of those instances, they've already done the work that they're supposed to get paid for. But the Trump administration has done two things. One is it's withdrawn contracts, but it's also, even though they performed the work, refused to make the payments and force some of these companies to shut down and fire some of their employees, even though they already did the work. And we're also going to have challenges, I think, too, with respect to communities who've been hit by major disasters. Unfortunately, I just saw, while we were waiting to start this process a few minutes ago, we had 3 major natural disasters today across the country. But FEMA's under attack, and the funding is being cut. With respect to reconciliation, as we just talked about a moment ago, the $881 billion in cuts to Medicaid is a shocking development. We know that what that could mean for communities across the country is that hospitals have to shut down, Medical treatment facilities might have to be closed. People who perform medical services like doctors and nurses might not be available. And certainly in urban areas and suburban areas like mine, there's going to be a major impact from that. But in red states and rural districts as well. I just heard a report on the radio last week. It was talking about a district in a rural area where their hospital runs, I think it said 70% of their funding comes through Medicaid in one way or another. And if these cuts are made, that hospital is going to have to close. And if that hospital closes, it creates essentially a medical desert going 200 miles each way. So the next time you have a serious car accident in that area, they're going to have a tough time getting people to the care that they need. Or any kind of medical emergency, say perhaps from a complication in a birth scenario, or basic day-to-day medical services, they're going to have to drive hundreds of miles in some instances just to go see a doctor. With respect to the impoundment issue, I want to raise that too, because the Trump administration has started making the argument that even though money's been appropriated, they don't have to spend it. And the reason they're trying to do that is because they want to take control away from Congress, the power of the purse that was given to Congress through the Constitution, and take control of that themselves. And they want to do that so they marginalize Congress and make the spending decisions that they want to make. And we saw that with the $1.6 trillion that was that the Trump administration decided how to spend that, because we didn't pass a regular appropriation set of bills. We had to do it through the continuing resolution. It left them discretion that I don't think that they should have. And I got to say, I'm concerned about the way he's used his discretion in some of these processes. Some of the budget cuts that they've made, for example, VOCA, Victims of Crime Act is what that stands for. Cutting grants to help people who are victims of crime. Why would he take a step like that? Violence Against Women Act, VAWA. That's to help women who are surviving sexual assault or domestic violence. Why would you cut a program like that? We cut USAID programs that one of our colleagues referenced earlier about how that has had a positive impact on the starvation issues, the USAID efforts. But they're cutting programs that's going to lead to, I saw one estimate, 1.6 million people will die over the next year based on these cuts that he's making right now to foreign aid. We stopped funding AmeriCorps, which means less teachers in areas that are in desperate need of teaching assistants. We've got a lot of schools out there who are short on full-time teachers, certainly short on full-time certified teachers. Making cuts to AmeriCorps just exacerbates the problems. Cutting rental subsidies. That means that low-income families who have trouble keeping a roof over their head, the Trump administration is going to make it even harder for them to do that. Why would we take that step? And how is that consistent with the promise that he made to help American people who needed the help the most? Cuts to mental health services. We've got kids who are struggling in school. They're bullied sometimes. We've got some scenarios where you have serious violence attacks in the schools. And it might be a mass shooting from a gun situation. It might be something less serious than that. We've got kids that need assistance with their mental health challenges across the country, and making cuts to those sorts of programs only makes it harder for these kids to survive and get through the school process. Cuts to NIH. Now, I know he had frankly, a vendetta essentially against Mr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci. And he's taken that out on many of the health institutions like the NIH. But at the end of the day, it's clear that the NIH has been and continues to be, hopefully at least, if they can survive these cuts, one of the premier institutions that do medical research that makes a difference here in the United States and around the world. Medical research on cancer. I'm a cancer survivor. It's important to folks like me, and there's a lot of folks who are cancer survivors. And the only reason we're still here is because of the medical advances that were made at places like NIH based on research that was done using government funding. That's how these things happened. Alzheimer's is another one. My father died from Alzheimer's. It's one of the most horrific diseases you can possibly imagine. You would never even wish it on your worst enemy. It's hard to even explain how tragic it is to watch a human being slide from being the full person that they were into something ravaged by Alzheimer's. They cut funding for clinical trials for Alzheimer's at NIH. And the thing about clinical trials you need to remember, it's not like an off switch. You don't just flick it on and off and it comes right back. If you shut down a clinical trial, you might have to start that all the way from scratch. And in some instances, the research and the projects that have been going forward under that have taken years. So he's setting that back years, months. Why? Why would he do that? And then the cuts to grants to help people who want to go into these science fields. You know, the United States, certainly in the last 50 years and in the post-war era, has been the premier nation with respect to science and technology and innovation. That's how we got Apple, that's how we got Microsoft, that's why we have quantum computing. All of those fantastic innovations and giant steps forward came from the United States, in part because of the research that was funded, in part, by the federal government. And the people who developed many of those advances got their training, paid for their college, paid for their PhDs using funding that helped them get through school. They wouldn't have been able to pay for it otherwise. Yet the Trump administration is making cuts not just to those programs, but also to the grants and funding that help those people get through. And to add insult to injury, the personal attacks on research institutions like Harvard, which has been a source of some of the best and talented, the best and the brightest that have taken leadership in these fields, he's making threats to undermine those institutions and those universities, just out of personal venom. It makes absolutely no sense. It's damaging to the United States. It undermines our leadership in science and technology in the world. It's almost like he says it's America first, but sometimes it feels like China first. Sometimes it feels like he's actually trying to help the Communist China Party leadership surge ahead of the United States in its leadership role in science and technology. And then $40 million in cuts for election security. Now, I know he still says he wins the 2020 election. Okay, fine. But, one of the things that we can all agree on for sure is that we know the Russians and the Chinese, and in some instances, Iran and terrorist organizations around the country, or around the world, are making efforts to influence our election with misinformation and disinformation and the like. Why would we ever make our elections more vulnerable to those kinds of attacks by cutting the funding that helps defend against it? I'll stop with this on the plane. When I first saw that on the news, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was like they were playing a clip from Saturday Night Live or something. I never imagined that the Trump administration or the Trump family would even consider taking a $400 million plane from a country like Qatar. Not exactly an adversary country, but certainly not an ally country. And even if they were, it's a foreign country. And the reason the Emoluments Clause was put in place in the Constitution was to make sure that presidents of the United States of America, whether it's number 1 or number 47, are not tempted or tested with these kinds of essentially bribes to try and get them to lean and issue support for their countries in making decisions. We want to make sure we have people like the President of the United States, not tested by the money, not tempted by the money, but always making the decisions for the best possible reasons in the best interest of the United States. But here we have $400 billion plane, and apparently he'll eventually own it personally. Now, tell me why that's beneficial for the country. Creates conflicts of interest, and then some, because we have all of these issues with Qatar, including the negotiations with the Gaza conflict. How is this going to be beneficial to the United States to create these levels of conflicts? Even if he could rise above them, the appearance of the conflicts is ridiculous. It's astonishing, and it's unacceptable. The National Review, not exactly a liberal rag, not exactly a liberal bastion, said the swamp is under new ownership. So much for the commitments that he made to the American people when he first ran and when he ran again to so-called clean up the swamp. Here we are. It violates the Constitution. I think on its face, he should know better. And I'm sure that everybody in the Congress, sometimes he needs guardrails. Okay, he always needs guardrails. This is the moment we've got to make sure we stand up and put the guardrails in place. So to my colleagues here in Congress, let's get back to work. Let's stand up and address this issue, the conflicts of interest with the plane. Let's make it clear that we unanimously oppose him taking the plane, certainly on the behalf of the United States, and certainly in his personal capacity, that we unanimously want to move forward with a budget that's fair and reasonable and helps the American people, not taking $881 billion out of their pockets, out of the pockets of kids, out of the pockets of seniors, out of the pockets of the disabled, the people who need it the most. We've got to make sure that when this budget process is done, we're protecting the people who need it the most. Right now, it looks like we're taking from the most vulnerable to give to the most wealthy, like Elon Musk and his allies. We've got to reverse that process. And so I want to commend the gentlelady for pulling this together, my colleagues with the Congressional Black Caucus, my colleagues in the Democratic Caucus, and hopefully colleagues in the Republican Caucus who will stand up and say, we can't do this, we cannot cross these lines. The plane is over the line, the $881 billion in cuts to Medicaid is over the line, the no more appropriations bills, that's over the line. Let's get back to work. Let's engage in clear and proper oversight, and let's address these problems and do the work that helps the American people. And with that, I yield back to my colleague.
Thank you, Representative Ivey from the great state of Maryland, for keeping it real and really underscoring the challenges that are in front of us as Americans, and really articulating why courage, backbone, just basic common sense are so needed right now in these perilous times. And why are these times perilous? These times are perilous because in Congress we are in the process of debating and trying to pass this reconciliation bill. And people might be saying, well, what is it? Well, it is essentially a budget. And in each of the committees, discussions are had about where to spend and where to cut. And this House majority has been given marching orders. And the marching orders are to cut as much as possible. Cut until the American people bleed. And the only folks who will be able to afford Band-Aids to prevent them from bleeding to death will be the richest of the rich. And everyone else, you'll have to fend for yourself. And so in each of these committees in which we sit, we are debating cuts that will hurt this economy, that will hurt constituents, that will hurt American businesses, that will hurt our standing in the world. And this is not a red or blue discussion. This is not even a Black caucus or other caucus discussion. This is about what is at risk, who is at danger, who is being put at risk by this administration, and quite frankly, by the silence coming from this House majority. So tonight and later on this week, Ag, Energy and Commerce, and the Ways and Means committees are meeting, and they've been meeting earlier today, and they are meeting they're also continuing to meet right now. And the challenge is meeting this late in the evening allows them to do dirty business, allows them to vote on bills and amendments that will hurt the American people. without the benefit of having the news being able to report on it before people go to bed. So it's almost like these dirty deeds will be happening at night when no one can see or hear what's going on. And so maybe we are spending our time talking about this $400 million bribe that was just given to this administration when we should be talking about all of the cuts that are going to be coming from these committees. With reconciliation, Republicans want all the cuts, but they do not want the political consequences. And so that is why we are here tonight talking about what those consequences will be, talking about what's in these reconciliation bills, what's in this package, because we don't want anyone to get political amnesia. We don't want anyone to forget when they are hurting, when they're trying to pay a bill, when they're trying to get gas, when they're trying to buy eggs, when they're trying to buy a home, when they're looking for a job, when they're trying to bury a loved one, why it is so hard to do any of those things, why the costs are so high. We're going to continue to remind the American people why all of those costs are going to be so high. And it is because of the cuts that are coming in this reconciliation bill, cuts that Republicans could have stopped, but they have been too silent. Last week, we were here and we had hearings in foreign affairs, in judiciary, and small business, and veterans, on natural resources, in those committees and in others. And I don't know if many of these discussions or outcomes from these committees have made it into the news cycle. So folks don't know what really happened in those committees. But I'm going to say, in those committees, we talked about cutting State Department by close to 50%, terminating workers in the State Department, finalizing the shuttering of USAID. And people might say, well, what is USAID? Well, part of what USAID does is contract with American farmers. That farmers have contracts with USAID. USAID buys their product and then uses it. And all of those contracts have stopped because Republicans are looking for ways to fill the gap, the big gap, the chasm that has been made by these tax cuts going to billionaires. They've done so much at the State Department that they've even fired the people who are responsible for purchasing the tickets to bring Americans home from all of their missions around the world. So you have Americans who are stuck in countries around the world, separated from their families, unable to get home because the ticket agency in State Department has been shut down. In judiciary, we talked about billions of dollars going to ICE for bonuses to buy computers and cars and deporting Americans and allowing January 6ers to be hired to work for the federal government. People who came in here trying to bludgeon the Capitol Police and the people who work in this very institution. And in that committee, Republicans voted to allow them to work for the federal government and have the authority to go after other Americans. In the Natural Resources Committee, they passed a bill that would allow us to sell federal land, land that we all enjoy, parks, recreational services, forests. I want the people in my life, the little people in my world, to be able to go and visit a natural reserve, or to go to one of our national parks and monuments and see that it's still owned by the United States, that we haven't sold it to some corporation or, God forbid, some other country, someone with the highest bid. And we're selling that land, and the proceeds are going into the coffers because, remember, we have to cover the $4.5 trillion gap that House Republicans made because they want to give tax cuts to the wealthiest of the wealthy. And so what else does that mean? It means that Republicans plan to cut $900 billion to Medicaid, kicking 8.7 million people off of Medicaid over the next 10 years. And the plan calls for new requirements for beneficiaries, for those who are on Medicaid, work requirements. And you say, well, yeah, I don't have a problem with people going to work, but they're also saying, we want seniors, we want folks who are disabled, we want the elderly, we want those folks to be schlepping down the street trying to find a job in this market, of course, when it's actually hard to find employment. And they've been saying, well, you know, you can make these cuts because there are not even that many people on Medicaid. There are these people who are 150 years old or 130 years old, or they've been dead for 4 years, and they're on Medicaid. Well, the reality is that so many of us have constituents who are dependent on Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security that are going to be devastated because of these cuts. In California, there are 470,000 people on Medicaid, and they are going to be at risk of losing their care because of what the Republican budget plans to do. This is 140,000 children under the age of 19 and 40,000 seniors over the age of 65 just in my district. And I'm going to say it again. My district has the 4th highest Medicaid enrollee numbers in the country. California has 7 of the 10th highest Medicaid enrollee districts. There are poor people, there are struggling people everywhere, in every district, in every state, who need Medicaid, who need Medicare, who need Social Security. And I just have to say, if Republicans are so enamored with this big, beautiful, backstabbing bill and believe it to be the manna from heaven, then don't be afraid to go into your districts and talk about the cuts. Talk about cutting Medicaid. Look at the person in the wheelchair. Look at the person who is dependent on Social Security benefits. Look at the veteran who is receiving Social Security and tell them that they don't matter. Tell them that their benefit is not as important as giving the money to Elon Musk and the billionaires. You tell them that. Because if you're not telling them to their face, you are certainly going to be telling them that when you vote for this reconciliation bill. Let's talk about education. Doge and Musk, under the authority of this administration, have already fired half of the staff in Department of Education. You know, I don't know about you, but I've got young people in my family who are excited about going to college, and they're also scared because they don't even know if the colleges are going to stay open. And I'm not just talking about elite Ivy League institutions. I'm talking about community colleges. I'm talking about state colleges. I'm talking about legacy institutions where parents and grandparents went to, and it means something to be able to get into that school and graduate. I've talked to young people who don't know if A, there will be any money for them if they get in, even with the grades. I've talked to young people who are getting ready to graduate and don't know if there will be a job for them. And I've talked to young people who were excited about representing this country and helping us be more competitive, and now don't even know if this country is for them. And newsflash, all of these young people who I've been talking to are U.S. citizens, American-born, who don't even know if there's going to be a country left, who don't even know if there will be educational institutions left, because this proposal includes $330 billion in cuts that will impact Pell Grants, Head Start, school lunches, and more. We're talking about a $1 billion freeze for school-based mental health. And I don't know about you, but it seems like every single person in this country should be accessing mental health services right now just to make it through the day. But that is what is coming out of this reconciliation package. Going back to student loan borrowers who saw a glimmer of hope last year, and now they're going to be tracked down like animals in the night when you have an administration that just accepted a $400 million bribe from another country. So the math doesn't math up. Why are you asking for young people to pay their fair share when it seems like not everyone else is doing the same thing? The regional Head Start office serving my district closed, and Head Start funding at roughly $12 billion annually represents less than 0.2% of total federal spending. Eliminating Head Start would cut child care and supportive services for about 80,000 young children in California. And then let's talk about ag. This proposal would halt funding for the Rural Energy for America program. And once again, cutting $1 billion in funding for programs that help schools and feed folks through food banks. And cutting this funding would threaten the livelihood of our American farmers and also threaten the nutrition of our children. Let's talk about our veterans. Under this reconciliation package proposal, we're talking about firing 6,000 veterans. My God, people who have served our country in wars, who have stood up for this country and the people in it, who have stood up for our Constitution, who came back from their service and were hired by the government, will be fired, have been fired, are being fired. And not only are we talking about firing 6,000 veterans, but we're also talking about cutting their services, cutting their medical services, forcing longer wait times for them, because when they call, when they go to the VA to get help, there will be fewer people there to help them. I think about the veterans in my district that I talk to, and they don't deserve to be mistreated like that. My God, they want to come back and enter into society and be part of a thriving business, to help open a business. And they still need access to their medical care. They still need access to their mental health supports. And we're going to cut that. I mean, in my mind, that's just so unchristian. And then we're talking about cutting to health and human services, so that, you know, if we're trying to make sure that folks don't get tuberculosis, that we keep measles at bay, that we keep HIV at bay, well, if you're at risk, you're going to be in greater danger, because the proposed cuts would be cutting to NIH, National Institute of Health, CDC, the Center for Disease Control, FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. So the people who make sure that the food we eat is safe, is not poisonous, won't kill us. The people who make sure that we get accurate, nonpartisan, truthful information about the diseases and the ailments that are out here in this world, so that we have the information that we need to keep ourselves and our children safe and healthy, we are not going to have access to that. the research that is being done to help us fight against cancer and to cure so many other diseases that are out there, those research programs are going to be compromised. The clinical trials that are happening are going to be compromised because we have decided this reconciliation package, which is a statement of values, is going to be deciding that those things are not important. It is not important to eat healthy food. It is not important to have access to medicine. It is not important to research to find cures for diseases and illnesses that have plagued our grandparents, our parents. Have you gone to a children's hospital? Have you visited a child who is dying from cancer? Would you go to that child and tell them higher probability that you're going to die because we're cutting the grants that would allow us to find a cure? That's what is in this reconciliation package. And then Social Security, cutting 7,000 employees. You cut so many employees in your thirsty quest to find ways to, fill this hole for these tax cuts for the billionaires, that you crashed the Social Security website. You've closed offices. And you've told seniors and those with disabilities to figure out a way to get yourself to one of the few offices that are still open. But you're going to have to wait in a longer line because we have fired employees and we're actually ending phone services for claims. So really, it's a very sneaky, shady way of kicking people off of the services because you're constricting the access. I don't know about you, but I don't want to see a bunch of seniors struggling in a car or trying to get on the bus to go to the Social Security office that now has shorter hours and longer lines because they're trying to get a claim that they have earned. I mean, who tells like a 75-year-old, a 68-year-old, an 80-year-old grandparent to go suck it, basically? Like, figure out how you're going to survive. But we're going to cut all of this from you. But, I still want to visit you on Easter. I don't know what people say. I don't know how the hypocrisy formula works. But I'm not down for cutting access to Social Security, cutting Social Security, hurting our seniors because we want to give billions more, trillions more in tax cuts to millionaires. So, and then, let's talk about the arts and cutting funding for the arts, closing down, museums and grant programs and after-school programs that teach young people how to play music, how to play an instrument, shutting down libraries. It's so healing. We turn on the radio, we want to go to a concert, we go to an art performance because that is meaningful, regardless of your political party. Everyone deserves an opportunity to enjoy art, to be able to go to a library and have a choice of what book you want to pick out. But you have no choice when they're all shut down. That's what's in this reconciliation package. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire about how much time is remaining?
The gentlewoman from California has 15 minutes remaining.
15 minutes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome.
I almost lost my train of thought, but it's come back to me because I was talking about the arts. And the gentleman from Maryland was talking about our leadership as a country and how our leadership is in question. And I would just like to add that not only is our leadership in question, but our attractiveness as a country is in question. Our competitive edge is in question. Our ability to be seen as forthright and a country of high integrity is in question. These cuts are hurting our children, they are hurting our grandparents, they are hurting our farmers, they are hurting our small businesses, they are hurting the infrastructure in our states, they are hurting our ports, they are hurting our hospitals, they are hurting our clinics, they are hurting our parks. Honestly, they are hurting our hearts. I think about that big red flag, that red, white, and blue flag, right behind the Speaker's chair, and what that flag represents. Opportunity, access, honesty, integrity. And what we have seen last week and what we are seeing this week from a House majority when it comes to this reconciliation bill is silence, is silence. It is silence on these issues that mean so much to the people in our communities. I can't tell you how many times I have walked down the street and have had an older person grab me and say, "What's going to happen to my Social Security?" Coming here to vote and having a Capitol Police officer pull me to the side and ask me what it meant for his job, if he would have a job. Going to talk to farmers and having them tell me they may have to fire or lay off the rest of their employees, that they would not be able to make it. Small businesses in the community that are hiring other people from the community, concerned. And everyone asks, what are Republicans doing? Why aren't they standing up for us too? And I don't have an answer to that question. I want an answer to that question. Because when you're silent, it means you're complicit or you're apathetic. And I would hope that there would be no one here who would want to be complicit in the taking away of Social Security or Medicaid or Medicare. I would hope that no one here would want to be complicit in having young children with cancer at a children's hospital die because we've cut cancer research funding. As I say this, I think about my mother, a breast cancer survivor, who wonders every day if it will come back. And boy, how do you think it gets me right in the craw to have to tell her that this country doesn't care if she lives or dies, because it doesn't care enough about finding a cure for cancer to continue to fund that kind of research. And we just celebrated Mother's Day. I wonder if people shared with their mothers how all of the supports that help mothers will now be on the chopping block. So I'm sharing all of this on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, because as we wait to see what comes out of the remaining committees that are meeting, just know that there is a $290 billion cut to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. So cutting off food assistance to thousands of families who need it. Just know that in these committees, they will be debating raising the age for mandatory work requirements because we want people to work longer and work harder and get less while somehow billionaires make more off of the backs of these working families. Just know that in these committees, they are going to be talking about cutting access to school lunches. And so many of us live in districts where the school district is actually responsible for feeding the children in the community because of the free lunch program. So I know that people might be distracted by the Cutter gift, the $400 million flying palace. Let's hope there are no bugs in it. I don't know. I know people want to be distracted by all of the other things that seem to be coming out of the administration, but I don't want us to be distracted by that. I want us to be talking about this reconciliation bill. I want us to remember what is going to be voted on in this package. And it's a thing, you know, it's a thing that it's actually taking so long for this package to arrive on the floor. And do you know why it's a thing? Because we have a House majority trying to wiggle through the truth and figure out a way to spin death and destruction and poverty. There's no way to spin kicking Granny off Social Security. There is no way to spin shutting down hospitals and clinics. And we can demonize the folks who are on Medicaid and Medicare, but I want to also remind us that if there is a doctor, if there is a clinic, if there is a hospital that is receiving a reimbursement for taking care of a recipient on Medicaid, that doctor, that hospital, that community clinic is open to serve you too. Because that reimbursement allows that clinic, that doctor, that hospital to stay open to help and serve everyone else in the community. A lot of this rhetoric that you're hearing from people who don't want to talk about this reconciliation bill is trying to divide us into us and them buckets. But the truth is, we are all in this together. We are all in this country together. We are all in this debate together. We are all in this fight together to make sure that the people in our district have access to the services that they deserve. And if you are not willing to stand up for Medicare, and don't sign no letter and then run and don't show up in a district, stand up and talk about saving it, protecting it, defending it, making it better so that it can serve more people who deserve it, rather than cutting it and lying about it and running from the truth. And the truth is, this reconciliation bill, this package is going to hurt people. It's going to impoverish people. It's going to destroy businesses. Because the funny thing about economies is that they are circular. Nothing happens in a silo, in a vacuum. Businesses stay open because people are able to go into those businesses and they're able to shop and buy things. And when that happens, that business is able to grow and they're able to hire more workers. And then those workers are able to do more or produce more. You see, that's how it works. But when you cut off opportunity, access, incentive, support, then you compromise that ecosystem. And we all have those micro ecosystems in our communities. That is what makes this country strong. That's what makes this country unique. That's what makes this country worthy of this kind of debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I am going to close right now because I know the witching hour is among us. I am grateful for the time that has been given to the Congressional Black Caucus. You have heard, Mr. Speaker, from my distinguished colleagues about this reconciliation package, about all issues of great importance to this caucus, to our constituents, to the Congress, and to all Americans tonight. This reconciliation bill, it is a big deal, it is an important deal, and it should be talked about and discussed, and the best disinfectant is sunlight. And we have got to stop allowing people to be so shady about what is happening in these committees and what is being cut. We have to turn all the lights on and talk about all the cuts that are coming in this reconciliation package. And yes, we got to point the fingers and point the blame at the people who plan to make these cuts and kill the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to place remarks on the record this evening focusing on liberty versus dictatorship. We have several members who wish to submit comments for the record. Congressman Mike Quigley is here this evening. Congressman Alexander Vidman is in a committee markup right now, and Congressman Stephen Cohen also will have remarks for the record. Let me begin briefly, and then I'll yield to my fellow congressman from Illinois, with China's dictator Xi recently at the historic military parade that fellow dictator, Vladimir Putin, celebrated in Moscow. And the purpose of the celebration was to honor the anniversary of Europe's defeat of Nazi Germany, and signaling Putin's intent to actually use that occasion to turn his binoculars on capturing more free territory to control Ukraine and beyond. Putin and Xi together in that situation was rather hard to look at, but their presence underscored the danger stemming from their close and increasing cooperation, enlarging the spider web of tyranny led by Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, all of them acting against liberty. Liberty around the world. Xi said that Russia and China should be friends of steel. He said they would deepen relationships in all areas, including military ties, and strengthen coordination in order to decisively counter Washington's course of dual containment of Russia and China. What's more, North Korean troops who've been fighting against Ukraine's freedom and their freedom fighters for months were fully on display in Red Square, where Putin embraced them. America, pay attention. While Iran was not present at the parade, it continues to be omnipresent in the skies above Ukraine. Ukrainians can't avoid the Shahed drones Russia is using and buying from Iran to kill innocent Ukrainian civilians fighting for their very liberty. This military parade took place at a critical moment in Moscow's aggression on Ukraine as American efforts proceed to negotiate an end to it. To be clear, vital NATO interests are at stake in Central Europe, where Ukraine serves as a scrimmage line for liberty across Europe today. Russia is the free world's only peer in terms of its nuclear capabilities. And Russia's national security doctrine declares our country, our people, as its principal foe. America, pay attention. Putin has made clear that he wants effective political control in Ukraine and other free nations that used to be part of the Soviet Union. Putin also wants a veto over defense measures being taken in the former Warsaw Pact states that want to remain free. Putin doesn't want that. This means he wants to dictate the fate of many of our NATO allies in Europe and beyond. Instead of strategically pushing back on Putin's unchanged goals of European and global domination, this administration has steadily given Russia exactly what it wants, both in Ukraine and well beyond. If Putin had a checklist of things he wanted America to do, I will, in a brief time, tell you what it would look like, and it's exactly what the Trump administration is doing. But before I get into that, I'm going to call on my dear colleague from the great city of Chicago, Congressman Mike Quigley, to enter his remarks.
Thank you. Speaker, for 1,176 days, the people of Ukraine have lived under constant threat of attack and attack. As the war has dragged on for over 3 years, Ukrainians have refused to submit to Putin's violence. At every turn, they have shown the world what it means to be fighting on the front lines for democracy. And at every turn, the Ukrainian people have been willing to do what's necessary for protection and for peace. When their sovereignty was threatened by Putin, they defended their country courageously. When the opportunity for diplomatic negotiations arose, they were willing to come to the table. But in exchange for their bravery and sacrifice, all they have asked for is respect for their independence, their autonomy, and their democracy. Peace between Ukraine and Russia must not come at Ukraine's expense. We want peace. The Ukrainians desperately want peace, but it cannot be a Russian victory. In order to have a just and lasting peace, we must return Ukraine to its 1991 borders. Ukraine must also have serious security assurances from the U.S. and NATO so that Putin is deterred from ever threatening the country again. Russia must alone help fund this reconstruction after targeting civilian infrastructure, including energy facilities, hospitals, and schools. We must also hold Putin accountable for his army's war crimes, like those in Bucha, which I witnessed, and for the kidnapping of thousands of Ukrainian children. As the Trump administration continues to push for negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, we must all keep in mind exactly who we're dealing with. Putin has refused to negotiate in good faith, reportedly violating the very same ceasefire he unilaterally declared last week. And so far, he's refused to agree to direct negotiation with President Zelensky in Turkey. This is the same man who has welcomed China, Iran, and North Korea to support for his war effort. And he has shown contempt for all international democratic norms, both in his own country and in dealing with others. This is why the only way to deal with Putin is by sending a clear message, a message of strength and of unity. As the United States has for a better part of a century, we must continue to stand up to tyrants and defend freedom. We have learned that isolationism and appeasing autocrats is a losing strategy. As President Trump and his administration continue to push for negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, I encourage them to remember history. Remember the reasons we fought the Second World War and the reasons we founded NATO. Now is not the time to abandon our values or our position as the leader of the free world. Now is the time to pressure Putin to end this brutal war for good. The future of the Ukrainian people, the future of Europe, and the future of democracy are dependent on how we meet this moment. This is a moral, tactical, and strategic imperative. Thank you, and I yield back.
I want to thank our co-chair of the Ukraine caucus, Congressman Mike Quigley of Chicago, for participating this evening. And Mr. Speaker, I also ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to go back to discussing some of the actions the administration has taken that have undermined America's position globally. First of all, the Trump administration has sided with Russia over Ukraine, most especially by pausing military assistance to Ukraine. 75% of those dollars are spent in this country on weaponry to help Ukraine repel the enemy. Ukraine has been courageously standing and fighting in the breach between liberty and dictatorship. This has come at great cost to her people, her prosperity, and her aspirations. The poorest country in Europe, Ukraine is holding back Putin's covetousness and aggression against the continent of Europe. Ukraine wants nothing more than to finally and permanently ascend to the community of free nations in the European Union and join as a strong ally in NATO. For that aspiration, Putin attacked Ukraine and is eating her territory, and the Ukrainians are holding her off. Can you imagine? The 3rd largest military in the world. Despite Ukraine being aligned with our values in its historic fight to regain its freedom, President Trump has time and again spouted Russian talking points by admonishing Ukraine and falsely suggesting that she started the war. That is false. Russia initiated its invasion of Crimea in 2014 and the larger full-scale of invasion of Ukraine in 2022. It is just amazing what the Ukrainians are doing. In trying to negotiate a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia, President Trump and Vice President Vance have squeezed concession after concession out of Ukraine, even its mineral wealth. At times, the Trump administration has effectively held Ukraine's economic future ransom for more military aid. This includes the dastardly moment when President Trump suddenly withheld U.S. support and intelligence sharing that Ukraine relies on to defend itself from Russia's onslaught. Such a pause undoubtedly cost Ukrainian lives. Trump has stated that Putin wants peace in Ukraine. Surely he can't believe this. Putin has failed to uphold any ceasefire agreement, including those struck with the United States of America. Dictator Putin doesn't want peace. He wants Ukraine, all of Ukraine, and beyond. Secondly, the Trump administration has been dividing democratic alliances. Yesterday, President Trump astoundingly said, "The European Union is worse than China," unquote. Oh my goodness. He even has said that the European Union was created to, I quote, "screw America." In what world does he live? He seems not to know our history. Our nation and European nations that won World War II created NATO to sustain liberty's alliance and as a shield against future invasions. Together, we comprise a formidable force. In trying to divide, America was guaranteed strong security partners to defend against a world war and new threats of tyranny, like that of Putin, North Korea, and Iran today. That's why we have the European allies. They're our oldest friends and partners, and we share a love of liberty. Rather than stand united, as we've been for decades, the Trump administration has threatened to, are you ready for this, annex Canada and invade Greenland, which is part of Denmark? Hello. Both are current NATO allies. Canada fought nobly with our troops on the shores of Normandy on D-Day and many other places. Both nations served honorably alongside our armed forces in Afghanistan in response to 9/11. Threatening our neighbors and allies in such a manner is taking a page out of the very playbook of lies Putin has used repeatedly against Ukraine. Our partnerships have been won and developed as liberty's shield, its umbrella. The democratic nations of Europe. Putin knows that. He cannot defeat our alliance if we stand united. Instead, he now wants for Trump to break apart our own security blanket so he can pick liberty's shield off one by one. Thirdly, the Trump administration has weakened our cyber defense. U.S. top intelligence officers recently released the annual threat assessment, which states the following, and I quote, Russia's advanced cyber capabilities, its repeated success compromising sensitive targets for intelligence collection, and its past attempts to preposition access on U.S. critical infrastructure make it a persistent counterintelligence and cyber attack threat. Moscow's unique strength is the practical experience it has gained integrating cyber attacks and operations with wartime military action, almost certainly amplifying its potential to focus combined impact on U.S. targets in time of conflict, unquote. Oh yes, Russia is a real threat to our freedom. Its cyber capabilities are a unique threat. Despite knowing this to be true, Trump has taken steps to tear down our cyber capabilities in a comprehensive manner. Why? Since taking office, Elon Musk and Doge have decimated cybersecurity, CISA, our premier cybersecurity agency, with personnel cuts and stop work orders. Why would anyone do that? In March, President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth abruptly ended U.S. cyber operations against Russia. This was done without warning and without consulting Congress. Then in April, at the beck and call of a far-right online opinion influencer, President Trump fired four-star General Timothy Howe without warning from his position leading our military cyber forces. General Howe, get ready for this, served our nation honorably with distinction for 34 years. The Trump administration has left America's cyber gates unlocked at a time when cyber attacks are rapidly on the rise. Putin will make our nation pay dearly for that set of serious errors. Fourthly, Trump administration policies threaten U.S. global economic standing. Through American ingenuity and hard work, the likes of which Russia cannot compete against, our nation's financial systems are a privileged place at the center of the global economic system. The United States has the largest economy in the world. Most other nations rely on the U.S. dollar to hold their savings and reliably conduct international trade. Putin wants to end that. Trump's unprecedented and irresponsible reciprocal tariff regime is helping Putin achieve that goal. Not only has Trump's costly universal tariffs endangered our good trade relations with our closest economic allies, moreover, they're also making others think twice about using and trusting the U.S. dollar. These costly economic taxes on U.S. consumers will be very difficult to reverse, even if Trump pulls back his tariffs. Supply chains are clogged already. Putin has long spoken about his interest in reducing the world's reliance on America's economic strength and the U.S. dollar. Such a world leaves each American poorer and with fewer economic opportunities. Just as Russia relies on oil exports to finance and undercut the financial sanctions that have been placed on that country due to its invasion of Ukraine, Putin has called for the world to adopt untraceable cryptocurrency to protect his assets. He prefers this unregulated alternative as he pushes the world to abandon the dollar. And now Trump is one of the world's biggest promoters of cryptocurrency and has even started his own cryptocurrency to avoid regulated financial markets to enrich himself and his family. Wow. And fifthly and finally, the Trump administration's actions to date are upending America's global reputation. Perhaps most damaging, Trump has upended our global reputation as a responsible partner and guardian of liberty across our world. He leans toward dictators. What's that all about? It took 80 years for America, with our leaders like Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Ronald Reagan, to meticulously secure our place as leader of the free world. We didn't seek it, but we did our job. America is the global beacon of liberty and justice for all. Our reputation has been earned at tremendous sacrifice and vision. Our commitment to liberty has been built on the sacred graves of over 500,000 Americans who sacrificed their lives for the first time in history and fought not for power or land, but for the liberation of others from tyranny during World War II. Over 2 million of our fellow citizens bore the injuries from that conflict. And in the decades that followed, our nation and our allies became prosperous, not by closing our doors to the world or hiding from the challenges of the communist bloc. Our forebears met tyranny head on. We met nations, the threats that we faced, and stood together to our founding commitments of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness year after year. In the face of constant threats, American liberty has been a multi-generational effort admired around the world, with each generation standing firm. But in just over 100 days, Donald Trump, whose family has no record anywhere of military service or sacrifice for this nation, is carelessly throwing liberty to the wolves. He seems to enjoy dictatorship, plutocracy, and wealth over principle. Russia celebrates as America retreats from the world. So does Iran. So does North Korea. Just look around. Trump has taken Putin at his word. Putin's word can never be trusted. As long as President Trump keeps trusting Putin over our allies, then he will continue to do Russia's bidding at the expense of the American people. If America doesn't lead, then Putin and Xi and all of their dictator buddies will rule the day. And in their world, liberty cannot survive. America, pay attention. Pay attention not just to what is happening inside our borders, but outside their borders. I can tell you there are enemies to liberty across this world. We have to hold our ground. We have to tell our own president, pay attention. Pay attention, learn from history, appreciate the relationships that have been won at such a high price. I want to yield back my time as I thank, again, Congressman Mike Quigley, Congressman Stephen Cohen, and Congressman Alexander Vindman, all of whom will contribute remarks to the record this evening. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. Does the gentlelady have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.